Three, two, one.
Hello, everybody. Hi, YouTube. Today, Greg is with me, and so is Sophia.
Hey,
Hey,
everybody.
Catherine.
And what we're going to do today is go over item number 53. Now, a couple of weeks ago, when we were doing part of Greg's books on the autopsy, we were covering Rania's autopsy first. And while we were reading that, something caught my eye about item number 53. And that's what we're going to cover today. And I think you are going to find this really interesting because I know we have. We've been talking about this, and Sophia's helped me actually, she put the presentation together, and yeah, it's interesting. So without further ado, and I don't want to waste any time, I'm going to, let's see, oops, hold on, there we go. I'm going to start this presentation, and I want to share this with you. We're going to go through this one thing at a time. It takes my computer a minute to get it together to pull it up. There we go. And can you guys see this? Is it showing up on your screens?
Yep, shows up. Looks good.
Okay. Item number 53, the bullet with Rania's DNA. Now, the one thing, before we get started with this, the one thing I do want to say is that I know all of us, including myself, have all assumed that since item number 53, this bullet had Rania's DNA, that this was the quote-unquote bullet that killed Rania. You won't believe that anymore after we get done with this presentation. Okay, so the AVPD collects item number 53 on January 20th, 2015. And this here's part of the supplemental report, and it's part of the AVPD redacted, page number 51, and it gives you the time and the date of who picked it up, when they were called, and how it was found. And it was found when the cleaning crew was rolling up the rug, and it rolled out onto the floor. And again, I know I've said this before, that's to be expected. I don't want to, like diss the AVPD because they missed this particular bullet, because it's really hard to find oftentimes the spent bullets that, are end up at a crime scene, because this could have rolled underneath the couch. And as they're rolling, then it's rolling on through, and then that's the only reason they find it. So the police aren't going to be moving furniture looking for bullets. But so it makes sense in my head that they missed it, and then the cleaning crew did find it, and they contacted the police. Here's what item number 53 looked like. That's where it landed on the floor. The cleaning crew did not touch it.
We can't see it.
Yeah, we're still seeing
on the very first page.
Okay, can you see it now? Are you still?
I can see. We're on 3 now.
There it is. It's finally caught up to you.
Oh, okay. So maybe it just takes it a moment to catch up. Or maybe, well, okay, we'll see. If it takes too long, we'll just go through the other way. Can you see it now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. And again, this is where it landed when it rolled out from the rug, and the cleaning crew just left it on the floor.
And just so people have a little bit of perspective, this desk and where the bullet is over by where the wall had Allahu Akbar on it and had been painted over. So we just don't have a pan out on that photo.
Okay. And again, just a different view of this. And I'm going to leave this in the slide view, and I'm going to go in a little bit closer on this so you guys can get a better view of item number 53. Now, in the previous one, it looked a little dark here, but that was just due to the shadowing and stuff. So when the light from the camera, the flash hits it, you can still see that it's very bright. It's copper. It does not look like it's gone through a human body. Still very shiny. And same thing here. You can see the shine, and I'll zoom in on it so you can see it again. Are you guys seeing the next picture?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. I think the problem is when I put it in full view, it's for somehow it won't recognize that. So we'll just keep it in this view. And again, looks very shiny. And we will compare this to bullets that actually we know went through Camel, and you'll be able to see the difference between how shiny this is and how dull the other bullets are. And these are the notes from the BCA, and it says item number 53. Let's see if I can get it. TSCBB, it must be a person. They took the bullet was found at the residence. They took a sterile swab. They swabbed it. It was tested as phenopositive, which means it tested positive for blood. Then they took the swab and they cataloged it as item number 53-1. The swab they did as item 53-1. And there were several apparent hairs and fibers, and they labeled those as 53-2. Now, I found that interesting because when we go here, let's go back. Which one is it? Oh, sorry. What is going on here? Oh, sorry. Oh my God, watch what my fingers are doing. I don't really see a lot of fibers. This looks like this might be part of the rug there. So this would be apparent fibers of some sort right here. Let's look here. So right there. So maybe that's what they're talking about, but I don't see hair per se.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to this photo here. We'll take a better look. Again, not seeing hair per se, but that does appear to be some type of fibers, dust maybe from underneath wherever it was located. But even on this photo, yeah, not seeing hair. So I'm not sure what they mean by apparent hairs, but you clearly can see some fibrous tissue here, not tissue, but fibers here that looks to me like it came from the rug. So maybe that's what it picked up. Maybe when it hit the rug, as it's mushrooming out. I don't know. I don't know how it would have got that.
It looks a little bit like the beige part of the rug
Yeah.
or the cream part.
Yeah, it does. You're right. So again, that, but why they say apparent hairs, I don't see any hair anywhere on that bullet that was found on the floor, but they say apparent hair / fibers unless there was a hair mixed up in the fiber. I don't know. And they labeled that as item 53-2. This is from the BCA data request page 173. This was the worksheet that they did. And this is for items 57 and 53. And item 53, again, is the one we're looking at. And boy, this little doohickey thing is going to drive me crazy. So here, the packaging and how it was sealed, the material that was found on it, this just says trace material, white material. Same with this one, trace white material. And the other bullets, when you're looking at the worksheets, they all say apparent blood, apparent hairs. This just simply states white material, giving you the caliber, the condition that the bullet was in, closed, flat, expanded for number 53, compared to number 57, which was only partially expanded, but 53 is the one we're on. Just basic information about item number 53. Now, these are the really poor photos that they gave us. These are the black and white photos that they took in the ballistics. They should have sent color photos because this is really poor. This is supposed to be item 53. and them supposedly measuring it. We can't see a thing here, but this is what they gave us. And this was taken from BCA data request, page number 182. And same thing from page 182. And here they're comparing. Let's see. This is test fire item number 2 compared with item number 53. Now, they say it matches. I don't know anything about ballistics. I don't, but I question this. To me, it's like, yes, it's similar, but to me, it doesn't look like a match, especially when we go up here. Nothing matches in this area, but again, these are probably, they're looking at just the lands and grooves. But this part here does not match up with this here. This could, I guess you could say it would match there, and that could match there. But it's, and again, I'm not a ballistics expert, so maybe it is a match, but I don't know. That just, it's weird.
I'd be curious to know if these photos, they're in black and white, but is that just the way, like, is that what the raw photos, would they look like this too? Or,
No,
you know, would,
no, these
would
are,
they be color? I mean,
well, I don't know.
I've never seen one of these photos
I don't know.
before.
Maybe on this one, maybe this one particular one, you're right, which is different from this. This is just they did a photocopy of this one.
Right.
Everything is dark and it's terrible. But this one, maybe you're right, because the writing here is white. They have the case number, the item number 1, the test fire. So this is their test fire bullet number 2 that they compared to item number 53. So I want to know what test fire, how it compares to test fire number 1, 3, and 4, because I test fired full 4 bullets, and on their reports they were saying poor reproducibility. So I want to see how, you know, just out of curiosity and how my brain works, is I would like to see number 53 compared with all of them, or is this the only one that they could find that came close? I don't know, and it could have very well have matched all of them. I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth, because as you see, it won't matter whether or not it did.
Well, all the test bullets should look the same, right?
Yeah,
Wouldn't
they
you
should.
think?
They absolutely should. But on their report, it states poor reproducibility when they were doing their test firing, trying to get the bullets to match each other. So that's their words, not mine. And this is the BCA data request, page number 185. Again, it's talking about the brand, the grain of the bullets. They had a brass disc and a base. Items number 42, 43, 44, 45, 53, 57 are consistent in construction appearance to SAF 2661. So, and then here's where I'm going to take, I'm going to take issue with what they state here. These same items, 42, 43, 45, 53, 57, are consistent in weight. Now, let me stop sharing this one right here, because come to find out, I have to share each one individual. I'm going to share a different page with you guys now and show you the weights of these bullets, and they're not consistent. Let me get the right one here. Oh, here we go. I'm going to share. You got, did it pop up on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, it's here.
Okay, good. Okay, and as we see here, these are the items numbers. These are all bullets, 1 fragment. The weights of all of these were 180 grains. This is the weights that they caught them at. 42 is 167.98. It's a difference of 12.02. Now, item number 43 was really close, 179.56, only off of a 0.44. So that would be consistent. I would not call number 42 consistent. Number 44, 130.24 grains. It's missing 49.76 grains. That's not consistent in weight. You know, that's almost 50 grains off of the total weight. Number 45, that's the one that was in the basement wall that has nobody's DNA. That one at 173.9 grains, and it's only off by 6.1. Number 53, the one that we're talking about, weighed 169.54 grains. So it is off by 10.46 grains. And then number 57 was right on the money. In fact, it weighed just a little bit more than the 180 grains. So it lost no weight whatsoever, compared to all of these other ones, which did lose weight. So in my brain and the way I'm looking at this, they're not, 57 is consistent. Number 43 is consistent. Number 45 could be pretty darn close to consistent, but the others are not consistent in weight.
Catherine, are you able to zoom in on 53 at all? Line,
I
that
can't,
line?
I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Are you able to zoom in on item 53? The line for that?
Zoom in. I don't know if it'll let me zoom in view. I'm trying.
Yeah, go to the bottom right, where it's where that 100 is.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Thank you. Is that better?
That's
Yes,
much
I was
better.
just trying to help the audience see it a little bit better.
Okay. Thank you. And so
Mhm.
they're now they can actually see these are the weights, and it was taken from the reports. The item number, what it was, the weight it was to begin with, and then the weight after firing. This, they measured it, and then the difference between what it should have been and what it was. So again, here's item number 53. It's off by 10.46. But again, I don't consider number 44, 130.24 is consistent in weight. 169, I don't consider consistent. To me, like number 43 and 57 is pretty close. 42, maybe you could argue it, but no, 42, no. Maybe, yeah, it's even more. But, and then so we'll go back to the rest of the slide presentation. Sorry about having to go back and forth, guys, the way this is set up. It's how it works. So I don't believe that they were consistent in weight. You guys can, you make your own judgment call. I see a difference. And then that duplicated itself in here. Why, I have no idea. Welcome to the program. Okay, and here's where we're going to do a comparison. We're going to compare item 53 to items 42 and 44. And we're going to do that so you can see items number 42 and 44, we know that they are connected to Kamel, and they actually, unfortunately, not to be rude, crude, and offensive, but these we do know went through her body. So we're going to show you the difference in how they look. I'm going to zoom in for you. Item number 42. This one we know went through Kamel. You can see the hair all caught up in here. There's hair lying around the floor as well, but you see hair within the bullet itself. And you see how dark this is. Now, let's compare that with item number 53. It's still bright, shiny copper. Doesn't look the same. Doesn't have that oxidized look like the other one, like item number 42. One more time so you can get a better look. Item number 42. Item number 53. Okay, we'll go on to item number 44 now. Let's compare 44 with, first let's take a look again at item number 53. Shiny, no problems. Yes, a little bit of fiber there. We notice that there's only one petal here missing. Now the hollow point 40 cal 180 grain has 6 petals. And we can count these other 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there are 6. So we know there's only 1 petal missing. Now let's compare this with number 44. And again, look at the difference in the coloring. Look how dark this is. It's not, oops, sorry. It's not bright and shiny. It's very dull, oxidized. And unfortunately, it's kind of mushed into the rug, but that doesn't matter because you can clearly see how dark that is compared to item number 53.
You can also see that there's hair around it too.
Correct, yes. And that's the difference. There's some hair there. If we pull back, you can see. So that hair does go into here. Is it lying on top or part of it? We don't know. But there's some strands there. So it's more than likely this, like Sophia was stating, this is probably intertwined within the mushroomed ends of that bullet. So that does have hair and you can clearly see it. Again, I'm not seeing hair on this. I do see a little bit of fibers there, but I am not seeing hair. So I'm curious why they wrote hair.
And it very well could have been dog hair if
Yeah,
they had seen any.
exactly, because you're correct. They don't state what type of hair or fibers. Now, here's where the interesting part is going to come into play. This is information from Ranya's autopsy report. And page 1, perforating gunshot wound of the head, indeterminate range. The entrance, right parietal scalp, path, right parietal bone with internal beveling and fractures, dura, brain, dura, left temporal bone with fractures. Exit, left post-auricular scalp, associated injuries, calvarium and basilar skull fractures. Recovery, please pay attention to this. Projectile fragments from left temporal skull. The trajectory, leftward, downward, and backward. The recovery is going to come into play here. Again, this is missing one petal. And if you remember, this was only off by 10.46 grains. The total weight of this was 169.54. Now we're going to go to the rest of our autopsy. Well, not the rest, but another part of our autopsy report, page 4. And I'm going to zoom in so you can see this yourself as I read it. We're going to go over the radiograph section. Postmortem anterior, posterior, and lateral radiographs of the head demonstrate several small radiopaque projectile fragments in the left basilar skull. A circular defect is in the right side of the skull, and multiple linear skull fractures are present. Okay, I want you guys to hear this. This is another part of the brain. We know that they took out 3 projectiles from the left side of her head. Now there are also multiple projectiles in the basilar skull. The basilar skull is the base, the bottom part of her head. Multiple. There's only 1 petal missing from item number 53. We will continue. And we're just going to bring this up here so you can see it. Again, several small radiopaque projectile fragments in the left basilar skull. That is in addition to projectile fragments from the left temporal skull. This would be over here, like above, say around her ear. The basilar skull is down at the bottom of her skull, toward the bottom. The recovered from the left, now we're back up here, left temporal skull are 3.2 to 0.8 centimeter maximum dimension gray colored metal projectile fragments. The 3 of these fragments are too large to make up the petal of item number 53. All recovered projectile fragments are photographed and played. Now, this one, unfortunately, a part of it got cut off. This is talking about the projectile fragments that were found in the basilar part of her skull. They were recovered and photographed and placed in separate labeled sealed envelopes. And that is all you ever hear about these. In fact, the ones in the temporal, these that were recovered from, say, close to where the exit wound was, and these that were found at the base of her skull, this is all you find. We don't have any other information. They didn't weigh them. They did measure these ones though. So we know that the 3 that they recovered, we don't know. Now they should have, why they put 0.2 to 0.8. So we're just missing one with the other measurements. So why they couldn't have put 0.2, whatever the other one measured, and then the 0.8, I have no idea. But 0.2 to 0.8 plus another measurement of the ones recovered from the exit wound area. And then these that were included that they got from the base of her skull. Again, this is the only thing that is missing, this one petal. Now, there are a minimum of 5 to 6 fragments that were pulled from Ranya's head. This is missing one.
It's pretty significant.
I'm sorry?
It's pretty significant.
Yes, very much so. Very, very much so.
I mean, the proof is right here in her autopsy report. And then you compare it to the photo, something's not matching.
Exactly. And in here, the microscopic examination, sections of the heart, again, this is back to tell you that she's an early to moderate decomp. She's not advanced stage because they're sectioning the organs. Sections of the heart, liver, and kidney show autolysis and postmortem bacterial growth. No significant pathological abnormalities are identified. A section of soft tissue surrounding the entrance gunshot wound to the head, 2, shows blood, fragments of gray matter, or her little brain, white polarizable material, and granular brown material. So this is what they saw when they did their microscopic examination.
Just sad.
Now, here's where the rest of the information comes into play. The BCA lab results. For item number 53, it's a mixture of 2 or more individuals. They found 2 or more people's DNA on this fragment. It was not touched by anyone. Well, anyone, like the cleaning crew didn't touch it. The police did not touch it. And yet we have David and Kamel are excluded from being contributors. That means that there is DNA on there that is not accounted for. It matches Rania. The major profile does not match David or Kamel. And in fact, David and Kamel are excluded. It is not their DNA on this bullet. And yet they would not expect the matching DNA to occur in an unrelated individual. This one I want you guys to see for yourself. I got a photo of the exact same ammunition. And you can count. There are six petals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 petals. And on here, item number 53. What's left are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 petals left. There's only one missing, 1 petal missing. And Rania, they found a minimum of 5 to 6 fragments in her head. Final thoughts? You two, you have anything you want to add?
From the looks of the photos compared to Kamel's, I mean, in theory, her bullet was on that carpet along with Kamel's. Now, whether or not it had got pushed underneath the recliner or the couch, that's a whole different story. But if it went through her head, there should be blood, tissue, and other stuff on there. It should look like Kamel's bullet. But I mean, the whole thing about the extra fragments being still in her head, that is significant because that's not lining up with the bullet that was found.
Correct. And what this tells us, what the autopsy reports is telling us, and what the photo of number 53 is telling us, 53 is not the bullet that killed Rania.
Well,
It's
even the
not.
weight of it tells you that it's not.
Yes, exactly. There's too many fragments left in her head, and there's not enough weight missing from that. The two do not add up. If they were to add up all of the weight of the fragments that were collected from little Rania, it would put that bullet way over on weight. It's not the bullet that killed her. So they do not have and did not present to us. Not only do we not have the bullet that killed David, now we don't have the bullet that killed Rania. That is huge. Huge.
Greg?
Your sound is off, Greg.
I'm just listening, trying to take all of this in. This is some very interesting data, definitely. I'm really
Yeah.
curious about it.
And
The weight of the bullets is, I mean, looking back, I was like, wait a minute, how could being shot through somebody's head, through the ceiling, bouncing off the attic, and there's more weight on the bullet?
Yeah, right. I'm thinking that the more weight would be the plaster or the stuff that it went through the ceiling.
well, the thing is with number 57, it's only partially expanded. So it didn't really sustain a whole lot of damage, comparatively speaking, to the others.
True. Yeah.
So,
More than 45, right? And we know 45 didn't hit anything, right?
correct. Let me pull that.
Yeah, if you have that chart was really good.
Yeah, let me pull that up here so everybody can see it again. Oops. I'm like, okay, there we go. I covered up the share screen thing. Sorry. No, wrong one. Is that the right? No, that's the blood analysis. Where did my? Hold on. Where's my? Oh, there it is. So now maybe I can get it to share. There we go. This is what you were asking for, right?
Yeah, that's good.
the bullets. Yeah, item number 45. Yeah, it had 173.9 grains left of weight, and number 53 had only 169.54. So yeah, and then 157 had all of its weight. 157
and had more gain weight.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's what Sophie was trying to say. I'm sorry, Sophie. Because it said it had white material. She's right. Maybe the 0.18 was the white material. I don't know.
And no white. Well, it's different, right? The ceiling sheetrock is different than the flooring, I guess. But I would think if it picks up weight, the ceiling, why not on the floor?
Well, the ceiling, yes, the ceiling. Well, depending on what kind of sheetrock and what they used on the ceiling compared to the wall sheetrock, I don't know. I'm not a builder.
Yeah. That's interesting, though.
Yeah.
This is why we still wanted that test done. So, anyways, that's different because that's item 57. But,
yeah. So again, in number 53,
yeah,
it's only missing 10.46 grains. And when we look at that and number item 31, which is just a fragment, a small fragment, that small fragment weighed 19.14. And so you're figuring that there are at least a minimum of 6 fragments that were in little Rania's head. Well, I'm not saying 6, 5, probably 5 to 6 minimum, because they only put what did they say? Multiple projectiles? Is that what they stated in her head? Let me.
Yeah, I think they had the number. Didn't it say 2 or 3? Or
that was at the left temporal. On the left, up at the
gotcha.
they took out 3, and then at the base of her skull, they found several. So that's what I'm saying. It's a total of at least 5 or 6 fragments that they took from her head.
That would
That
have to be very, very tiny in order to match what they're saying about this
Yeah,
bullet, right?
and we know by the measurements alone of the 0.2 to 0.8 centimeters from the fragments that they took of her exit wound, that in and of itself would make that weigh too much. 53 won't fit. Then you add that on top of the fragments at the base of her skull. You again, you take all those fragments together, it's too much weight to match item number 53 to
Yeah.
make up that little bit of weight that was lost.
That's crazy.
Yeah, even if that pedal that is missing had broken into like two pieces, it still doesn't account for the extra pieces that they found in her when they did the autopsy. So
And the 180 grams is just standard for those bullets. I mean, is that
yes,
yeah.
Well, it depends on the type of ammunition you buy, and this particular ammunition that was in that David had was 180 grains. They do make different grains, but this particular one is 180. And so that's why when I'm looking at that and I started measuring and then doing all the math and adding it up, I'm like, wait a second. These, they have multiple fragments in her head. There's only one petal missing and just 10 grains missing in weight from item number 53. You put that together with the fact that it's shiny, it looks clean, and the fact that they're really, when you compared it with number, especially 42 with Kamel's, where you want me to show that number 42 again, just so that way people will, I really,
well,
I want
42 and 44 are both great examples because
right.
you could even see the extra petals missing on those.
Right. But 42, but 42, the one with 42, the reason why I want to bring that up is because you clearly see how the hair is mixed in with that. And you see the color. See, there's all kinds of hair mixed in with that. And you see how dark that is. This looks like something that went through someone's head. And I hate to be so crude, but I mean, it's the truth. That went through somebody's head. This does not look like it went through anybody's head.
And you'll notice that number 57, when you look at those BCA photos, it looks almost exactly like this.
Yes, it's
It's
very
very
shiny.
clean and shiny.
I mean, it's huge. This gives such a different understanding of the case. In this scene, we have both David and Rania who are there. And yes, here we go. These are the ammunition that they found, I believe, in the trunk of the vehicle.
Hmm.
And another thing I found interesting when I was going through the reports is they did not find any ammunition in the house at all or the garage. This was found in a metal container in the trunk of a car. So that I found super interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I always wonder why some are more reddish than others.
I asked about that. I called a gun store and they said that that's just kind of like a primer thing, and some just got more on it than others. They said that's normal. It's typical.
Interesting. Is that the only one? No, there's another one. Yeah, 180. That's what I was looking for. Right
Yep,
there.
180 grains. Yep. And again, when I started doing the math and adding that up, and I realized that 53 is just like 57, which is just like 45, which is just like 31. These are not bullets that entered a human body. And we are missing, well, the police evidence is missing the bullet that killed Rania and the bullet that killed David. So if both of their blood is missing from the scene, and what I mean by that is we know David's blood is on the magazine that was inside the gun, but that's the only place it's located. Their blood, there's no high velocity blood spatter or spatter at all from David and Rania in that house. None. And yet they sustained gunshot wounds to the head. That's missing. Everything from everyone, with the exception of Kamel, is missing from that house. Their bullets and their blood. This is huge. It's just so huge. And it leaves us with far more questions than answers. And it definitely tells me now it did not happen the way that they're saying at all.
Correct.
Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? I mean, I know, again, I know I'm notorious for repeating myself, but I do it to bring it home. This is important. There are too many fragments in Rania's head to match up with item number 53. Item number 53 has her DNA on it, but again, they found it rolling it as they were rolling up a rug. We don't know how they were rolling it, but it is very possible that it rolled through the section of rug where Rania's little body was lying. And then that is how it picked up her DNA, not because it went through her little tiny head. And again, the fragments in the temporal lobe and the fragments at the base of her skull tell us 53 is not the bullet that killed her. It's not.
I was expecting more questions from Greg.
Why?
I'm a little disappointed.
I was very well laid out, and those are kind of the only questions, just to make sure that the math kind of adds up, and that the weight. I'm sorry, I'm really thrown off by 57, unfortunately, just with
Yeah.
the weight thing of gaining weight. What makes me want to look at the stats on the gaining weight thing. But I think that that chart that you had up really helps kind of get a quick visual where you can quickly go back and see, okay, this is the weight previously, this is the weight after, and just, I mean, even those numbers look off. They look odd, but I don't know. I guess there was another thing about 53 that the type of fracture, or the type of it was like I forget what the name, radio articular or something like that. So it's like, what is that? Like, how big, how small does anything like that have to be? I forget what the name.
The autopsy section?
Yes, yeah, from the autopsy, it gave the actual
Okay, let's share that so everybody else can see it as well. I'll go back to our slide, our presentation, and I will go back to the autopsy. Are you talking about the path? Now, what part are you talking about?
Let me pull this up here. It was one of the other clips that you had. Maybe it's
not that one.
No, not that one. Maybe it's yes, radio
opaque projectile. And what that means is several small radio opaque projectile fragments, is that it was picked up on the X-ray. So it was the metal and stuff picked it up. So radio opaque.
So it could be really tiny, right?
Well, when they say small, they don't say microscopic. They just say small,
right.
Which means that they were large enough to be picked up on the X-ray, but they obviously did not retrieve them to measure them. So we know they weren't, and I know you can't see my hands again because here I go doing my hand gestures with nobody seeing. So small could be this big or that, like tiny, it could be small. We know it wasn't big, like a bullet. So when they say small, that's a relative term. We don't know. They didn't measure them. But we know they're not microscopic, because then it wouldn't have been really picked up and they would have had a hard time seeing it.
Right.
Large enough to be scene.
Yeah, and then the other ones that you had actually had the centimeters, right? Is that what it
Yeah,
was?
the
They had the
point
centimeters
two,
to
and
point two to
that's the
point eight.
yeah, and see that's the frustrating thing. There were 3 fragments they took out, and then they put 0.2 to 0.8. Well, then what was the measurement of the other one? You already have 0.2 and you already have 0.8. Is the other one much larger? Or no, it couldn't be. Could it be 0.7? Was it 0.3? You know, or why not just put it in there?
Why not just measure each one? Is that what you're saying?
They did measure each one, but they didn't write it in the report. They put 0.2 to 0.8 for 3 fragments.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, really? Okay, guys, come on. That's you
And
gave
then
us
what
2
happened?
measurements.
What happened to these fragments? They're
They're
they just went poof. They weren't sent over to the BCA. They weren't added to the reports.
They probably
I
have
mean,
pictures. They probably have pictures of them too, right?
yes, it did say that they took photographs of this stuff and they labeled it and put them in their own containers. But yet, it like Sophia was saying, they're not made part of the reports, and they should have been. And if you leave that out, until we go through, and this is why people, often say, why do you guys keep going over the same thing over and over and over? Well, this is why. Because how many years have we been reading these reports? And it's not until we start putting things in order and we're going through this page by page by page, where all of a sudden now it's like ding, 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 hello, McFly, you missed something here. And now we're seeing that, you know, because they did not photograph this and make this part of the photos with numbers and send it with the other photographs of the crime scene, you kind of look over that. You look past it because we're too busy looking at the crime scene photos. But now that we're reading the reports, and all these reports are telling us it's right there in black and white that they not only retrieved 3 fragments, but they left other smaller fragments in the base of her skull. We know now, because they also shared the weight of these bullets, that they do not belong. The fragments in her little head do not belong to item number 53. And if 53 was the one that has her DNA on it, and it was found rolling out of a rug, well, you have to deduce the logical thing. It picked it up while it was being rolled. So as it's rolling out of the rug, it rolled through that section, picked up her DNA, ended up on the floor, because we know it didn't go through her little tiny head. The fragments and the weight of that bullet prove that. Do the math. This isn't us saying it. This is their math, their writing, their evidence, which is telling us this. It's missing. We don't have her bullet.
yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's right there. It's in the reports, and it's not like we're misconstruing it or twisting it or anything. It's in black and white. You just have to put one and one together to get to that. But
Yeah. It's simple math.
yeah,
If you know how to add and subtract, you can figure it out. And
and
this is
then
geared towards other people, not our group. Our group is great. This
yeah.
is for the
But
others. Do the math. That's all I'm going to tell you. Do the math.
and then you just look at the bullets too.
Mhm. Yep.
You just look at the bullets that were collected. I mean, item 53 was on that carpet. It was somewhere on that carpet.
Hmm.
So it should look just like Camel's,
If it
but they
had
don't.
gone through a body, you're correct.
Yeah, if it had gone through a body, if it literally killed Rania, but we don't see that. I mean, item 57, I can understand, some people could say, well, it wasn't on the carpet, so it wasn't in contact with the air, it wasn't in contact with everything that was going on in the living room.
Hmm.
So I could see people debating that. But 53 was in the living room. It was on that carpet, supposedly.
Hmm.
So it should look like item 42, 43, and 44.
Yeah, but it does not.
And see, that one we believe is the angle of how they took that photo because all the others show it very, very shiny.
Yeah, the lighting and stuff. And here, oh, that's really good. I mean, you clearly see like that does look like part of the rug that's caught into
Hmm.
that. So it looks like however this one was shot, it came in contact with the rug as it was expanding and then caught up the rug in its petals.
But
Um,
why didn't it go through the floors? I don't
well, we don't.
understand
I mean,
this.
we don't know. We don't know. We haven't seen that the entire crime scene. They only show us bits and pieces. This could have been at an angle. We have no clue.
Wouldn't the carpet fibers make you think that this was shot in the house on that carpet?
Oh yes, that one was yeah, I would say that that was shot in that living room on that somehow came in contact either as it's spinning, it hits something, and as it's mushrooming, it's in contact with the rug and it picks up that section of fiber right there because that really does look like it's embedded within the petals. So
Yeah.
as it's expanding, it does look like it came in contact, but I am not seeing hair.
Yeah, but it's also how you said it, it could be possible that, it was hair from the
Yeah,
carpet, right? But it would have to be really really tiny hair unless
yeah.
it's just, again, these are not the greatest photos, the one the one that they gave us either.
But we still see how shiny it is. You see how shiny that brass is. It
Yeah.
doesn't look oxidized at all. It's very, and look how what is that, tin on the inside? I can't remember what the metal is, but it's very shiny.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And
It
way
did, I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I was
Um,
just saying way different.
I need
The
help understanding how this bullet did not go through the floor. If it hit the carpet hard enough to grab fibers from the carpet, how did it not go through the floor? I mean, supposedly item 57 went through David's head, did a U-turn, and then went up into the ceiling and bounced off the rafters. How did this bullet not go through the floor?
Well, again, we don't know. Was this shot at an angle? Was somebody trying to, shoot somebody on a floor at an angle and it went we don't this is all supposition. We don't know. It clearly was not shot directly into toward the floor, or it would have been like item number 45. It would have gone straight through the wood. Um, but again, we don't know. All we can tell you is, I mean, all we can say is from what this is showing us is it came in contact with the rug as it was expanded, because that really does look like it's embedded within the petals. How they did
Uh,
it, we don't know. Was the gun at an angle? Did they put the gun on the floor and shoot? I don't know. Not a clue.
Well, speaking about those pedals, I mean, how does, I guess this is the other thing that I would ask someone who doesn't know how all this works, but how does that work where one comes up missing? Like what causes just one to come up missing? What causes several to come up missing? It's just whatever it hits, right?
Yeah, that tells you that it hit something pretty hard. Um, but again, what did it come in contact with? Because we don't see any other damage. But again, we don't know. We weren't there.
I
Did
mean,
it hit?
what would it have to hit? A
I
bulletproof
don't.
vest or something?
Oh no, 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 no. I mean, we don't know. Did it hit the leg of a couch? Did it hit the leg of a table? I mean, we don't know. And at the same time, is it coming in contact with the leg of a couch and then it bounces? You know, did it
Yeah,
ricochet off?
ricochet.
No clue. Which could have happened. Maybe they were shooting at an angle. This is just pure hypothesis. Nothing. It's not. It's just a guess. Let's say they're on the floor shooting low because they're trying to make it look like a suicide, whoever shoots
Well,
this gun. So as they shoot it, it's like, oops, it now ricochets off, it hits the say the leg of a couch or something. And then that, as it's expanding, it's now rolling underneath the couch on the rug and picks up that section of rug. Pure hypothesis, nothing to prove that to be true, but it's what I'm using to try to make sense.
but as you go back and you look at the way that she was shot, that should line up with this here too, right? So if she was shot at the angle, that that we're being told, um, does that line up with a bullet that would not need to go through the flooring?
Um,
Or does it line up with a bullet that would have to go, that would have to have some impact with that floor at some point?
were you talking about this one, item number 53?
Yeah, 53. And I guess it's hard to tell because even though we know where Rania was shot on her head, we don't know if she was standing up or sitting down or being
Or
held.
even,
We don't know
yeah,
any, right?
we
So,
don't even know where she was. You know, we
right.
just know that she was not shot in that living room because her blood, well, she wasn't shot in the house. Her blood isn't there. There's no blood of hers at all. So, but I would think, you know, we'll do devil's advocate here. Let's say that was the one that went through her little tiny head. It would have been found underneath her head between Kamel's legs. It would have been found. They would have seen it. It would have had to exit there because her little head was flush with the floor. So if it had, you know, whatever, if it came, well, it didn't, if it, the bullet that killed her did exit her head. So as it would have exited, if her head is, we're doing their narrative now, not ours. So for according to the narrative and how the bodies were found, it would have been underneath her head on that floor between Kamel's legs. But we know that's not where this was found, because it was not found until 2 days later when they're rolling up the rug, getting ready to get rid of it. And then it rolls out from the rug. And they have no idea where it was located on the rug. You know, and that's true. They have no idea. They didn't see it. They just know it came rolling out.
I would also ask anyone who knows about this stuff, and both of you here too, if you know, you may have more, probably definitely have more experience with guns than I ever have, but this is one of the other things that I would ask, talking about what it would have to hit, et cetera, because all the other pedals are back, right? They're all pushed back,
Expanded,
but
yeah.
but this one isn't. This one looks like, I mean, does this show, this pedal that's kind of open, does it show that it hit something really, really hard? Maybe
Yeah.
something metal, maybe.
Um again, or maybe a thick piece of wood, like, you know, because you know the legs of a couch are pretty thick wood, usually metal
Hmm.
or wood. And just a guess is, as it's expanding, when it ripped off the one pedal, that's what kept that pedal from folding completely in on itself. And while the other ones did, it's just the angle at which it hit. And as it pulled, it kept that one from folding in. Just a guess.
Yeah.
Well, Crip says that he has a friend who's a gunsmith that is coming over for coffee today and wants to
Nice.
know if we have any questions that we could give them.
Can they answer any of these questions, Rick? I don't know. Or maybe help with them? Just about the bullet. Maybe show them some photos of the bullet. I don't know.
How hard of, like, well, what you were asking is how hard of a surface to expand that hollow point bullet.
Yeah.
What would it have to hit to expand to expand the petals?
Oh, Rick, you can ask him. One thing you can ask him is, has he ever heard where a bullet hit something and then gain weight? I think that's definitely. I was just like, so yeah. I don't know. I got it. I'm gonna ask every gun owner I know.
Well, you know what Sophia was saying though, when you think about it, it makes sense, because when that bullet, when it's hitting the ceiling and then it's going through the sheetrock and then going through the insulation and everything, it's picking stuff up and getting pulled into the petals. So I bet you 10 to 1, like she said, it picked up some of that sheetrock and pulled it in underneath. And that's going to give a little bit of weight versus hair. I mean, hair's not really it. Oh, that would be great if Rick could do that. I mean, yeah. But we know that item 57, that's only partially expanded. And we know it has all of its weight and then some. So we know it's shiny, no blood, no tissue, no hair, and it has extra weight. So we know 57 never touched a human body. 53 didn't go through the body either.
I see a little hair maybe on this one. What do you think about that? On this open petal thingamabobber thing?
Well, I can't see.
Yeah,
Um,
I know.
I
Not the
can't tell
best.
if that's hair or is that a scratch. Maybe it's a hair, but then when you look at that, that looks like it picked it up off of the rug. That does.
Yes.
It's not embedded. So,
And
ooh, yeah.
yeah, and that's also the last foot. Well, it's kind of, it's a little bit there. It's a little bit on that one too. But yeah, some of the other ones, I don't know if it's there or not.
I really wish they would have gotten better photos. These are really, and the sad thing is when I was looking through the reports, they actually took 29 photos that day, and these are the ones they send us.
Yeah. Only 29, huh? Well,
Yeah,
I guess that's
29 is quite a few for one
quite a few.
bullet. Yeah.
If it ricocheted off something, you couldn't really, there's nothing
Well,
they
can
could
you
do at
zoom in
that point.
there?
This one here?
Oh, okay. Okay. See, that doesn't really. That looks more like a scratch or
I
or
still see a lot. Yeah, I'm still seeing.
a defect because there's no hair hanging off of it. It's only a straight line on it. Well, I
Go
don't
back
know.
to the
Hey, it could
one.
be, maybe. I don't know. That's a good question.
This is the only one where it kind of looks like the line is also, but it's hard to tell if the line is in the carpet or if it's just that. I don't know. And you can't see my, oh, you guys, you
Yeah, I
can
can.
see
I
my
can see
cursor.
it. Yeah.
So kind of over here kind of looks like maybe a line, and then over here kind of looks like maybe a line. I don't know. It's really hard to
Let me
tell.
zoom in on my computer. Um,
But what it would have to
no, you
hit,
make a good point because it does line up with that little spot. If it was the floor, the pattern in the faux wood on the floor, then that would be awfully convenient to match up. So maybe that is a piece of hair. But again, it doesn't look like that looks like something that would have been picked up as it was rolling though.
correct? Because it looks like it's on top of it. It's
Yeah.
not. Yeah, it's not underneath it or anything. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, this is, I mean, good view of that, of the fibers. I mean, that you can really tell that got stuck into the petals. So it was going on that floor as it was expanding, not a body.
Not
It
a
should have
body.
gone through the carpet.
You wanted to go through the carpet.
Well, only if
It should have.
no, only if you're shooting straight down. If it's going at an angle, it would have been tumbling over the rug, not through the rug.
I mean, how does it stay on the rug? It's not a big rug. We don't know the surf. Too bad we didn't know the measurements of that rug either. Because I mean, it's not. It's hard to say where it's found because of it just rolls out of a carpet. We don't know exactly what side of the carpet. I mean,
Or, hey, here's something. Let me toss this out there and you guys tell me if I'm crazy. It's okay. What if I haven't looked at the hole in the rug that number 45 was put through, but what if there were two shots into that floor in that spot? The first one was that one, it bounced off and rolled away. And then the second one was number 45 that actually made it through. I don't know.
I guess they don't
Where
really
was
say.
it where number 45 went through? Sophia, do you remember? Was that color area on the rug? Was it the lighter part
I
or
can
dark?
go look right now.
Oh, okay.
Let's
Um,
see.
I may be able to pull it up. Oops.
I had a cup right next to me, and my cat just put her paw in it.
Oh no.
Are you enjoying it? Hmm?
Let's see here. $45. I think that's in the BCA.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably better ones. I mean, not the BC. There's better ones in the BCA, but what about the AVPD? Oh, wait, is that it? That just shows the other side of the carpet.
Yeah, it'll say F
31 was
at
on the
first.
blonde part.
Yeah,
I'm looking.
look for the card F, not 45.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it's not on the AVPD. It's BCA.
Yeah, I think it was BCA, and yeah, look for yeah.
Let's find these BCA ones here. $7-Eleven.
Yeah.
All the basement.
It looks like we're looking for F, right?
Yes.
I can't tell if that's been moved. F is on the blonde part of the carpet, but I can't tell if it's been moved or not. This is BCA 5126 and then BCA 5127.
Yeah, keep going.
No, I see it now. That was the other side of the F. It's on the blue part. We are looking at BCA 5128.
There you go.
127.
So that it very well could be that could be your answer.
No, the actual hole is in the blue part.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry.
So that could be it, they could have shot twice in the same spot, and the first one didn't make it through. Second one did. Possible.
Interesting.
Oh, you see, there's some blonde fibers that are pulled up on that photo next to F. They're
Mhm.
just sitting there on top of the carpet.
So
All right. Well, oh, all right. Anything else about this one? I think you covered it very well.
yeah, I just don't. There's nothing else. I just keep repeating myself. It's not the bullet that killed her. The weights don't match up, and she had too many fragments in her head. It's all backed up by reports. It's not the one that killed her. We don't have the one that killed her.
Sophia, any final thoughts?
I would have loved to see those photos of the extra pieces or at least have weights and measurements of them. But they just went poof after they were found, and that's a little disturbing. But it's pretty obvious that after what Catherine has found in the paperwork, that item 53 is not the bullet that killed Rania.
Yep.
I mean, there's too many pieces left in Rania's body for item 53 to be that bullet.
And Sophia's right. I mean, as soon as they were photographed, and they should have, called the AVPD. They should have come over, picked it up. They should have logged it. They should have numbered them. you know, they should have then given it to their ballistics, because they were doing ballistics anyway, and then to see what they could get to match up, but they did nothing. They just photographed it, logged it, and put it away.
Yeah, it's like they didn't want the answers.
Mm-mm. No.
I mean, it's frustrating. It's like, why not send it over to the BCA, have it match it up to the other bullets? Isn't that what we see in movies and TV shows? I mean, this is just, I know that those aren't reality, but I'm just saying, isn't that what we see though? It's consistent. They go through, they match the pieces up to the bullets that were found at the crime scene. And anyway, I'm getting off topic a little bit. So,
Oh, I'm curious to see what you ladies come up with next.
Oh, the things we have planned.
I'm sure you've got a few.
yeah, there's quite a bit.
And we're finding stuff like this everywhere. I mean, absolutely everywhere. And yeah, like I said, to keep adding on to it. David and Ranya's blood, not in the house. The bullets that killed them, not in the house. Someone's DNA in the house. And we can say that because we have two examples. Item number 53, which you looked at, it has a mixture of two or more individuals. David and Kamel are excluded. And I believe the same goes with item number 42 or 43 or whatever, one of the bullets that killed Kamel. Same thing. David and Rania, either they're excluded or they don't match. So we have other DNA in that house associated with evidence, with the bullets that killed somebody or were shot within that house. So no blood. The bullets that killed them aren't there. Someone else's DNA. We don't, Ranya's, just her autopsy tells us that there was, and in fact, now we're missing another bullet, completely another bullet. So we're missing two bullets, David's bullet and Ranya's bullet. There's, it's frustrating. It's frustrating.
Well, I don't know if anyone here has not seen your latest video, but if they haven't, this is your channel, and you have a lot of great stuff on there as well. The latest one that you have, where you talk about the photos showing the gun is fake. You maybe just give us a little summary of that before we close down here.
Okay, and that one, boy, did that one cause a firestorm with some people. But
It's definitely a hot Catherine video.
There it is.
Woo-hoo.
There's always one. Yeah, right. Every video on there. Right?
He's
Look at
like,
all these videos. Come on.
I'm so glad I make them so happy. But what I'd always wondered, previously when I saw the very first one, as we all know, I'd put out stuff before to show it was fake. And then William was really convinced it was the real deal. And I took him at his word. I had no, I'm like, okay, I made a mistake. Fine. People make mistakes. I'm not above making mistakes. So I'm like, okay, fine. And then Sophie and I were talking about stuff, and it just kept going in the back of my head. She's like, over and over, it's fake. It's fake. And she's be like, I can't put my finger on it, but it's fake. So one day, I had nothing to do. And I'm like, let me just really double check this. So I start looking and I start zooming in, and I'm looking at one thing and I'm looking at this, and all of a sudden I start to see where things aren't right. Now I used to do photography, and I did composite photography was what I love to do the most. So I look at things differently than the average person. Other people who do what I do, we look at photos the same way. But the average person would look and go, oh, look, it's a photo, it's a gun on the floor, blah, blah, blah. But I start looking at this and I'm like, wait, why is there a straight line there? Why is that calf curved? Why does her thigh have this in it, but it's not in this photo? Why is on the back of her knee, why is it straight here, but in the photo it's up? So I start noticing all these things. And then I start looking at the pants. I'm like, why is it elongated from the crotch area to the waist? And then I go and I looked at the pants, and they're short. So these are the things that caught my eye. And so I'm like, wait a second. This photo has been manipulated. So I start looking at the area on the floor where the gun is located, and it's they either are using a warp tool or they're using something to close out or to hide that area. And then what drew my attention to that area was the close-up that they did of the gun on the floor, that little tiny thing that they gave us. And there was a section where they put like a blur, and you could tell they were blurring things out. And then when I looked at the real photo, I'm like, so I'm zooming in going, there's no need to blur this section unless you're hiding something. And then as I'm zooming in, so that's kind of what led to it. And so this video, what I do is I just point out a lot, not all, there's still more in there, but I just did not want to go into that. It had to do with the positioning of David's arm. But I think that and then some other things. But I figured what I pointed out was more than enough to show you that that photo was manipulated within a program. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Yep, people can go and watch that here. It's the most recent one. Photo showing gun is fake. David Crowley of Gray State. So that one's really good. That's a short one. 30 minutes, only 30 minutes there.
I guess I can stop talking, huh?
But the one that you did first, you did like a little skit type video, which I thought was awesome. So that one's back up now?
Yes. Yes, I put that back up. I mean, I took it down because if I made a mistake, then it didn't really seem right to have that there, because the whole skit was based on it being a fake photo. And that's kind of what I did that whole skit about, was a fake photograph at a scene. But now then once I saw that, I go, no, that was a fun thing I thought we did. It was, and I'm like, well, no, I'm putting that thing back up.
Awesome. Glad to see it's back up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I know you both have some more things coming down the pipeline, and we're all looking forward to that. And thank you for sharing all of this with us. And hopefully everybody learned something, give us some things to think about, and maybe we can get some more people, to look at the bullets, the fragments, to kind of look at the math. If anyone wants to double check the math or double check anything.
I want them to.
Good.
I want everybody to go look at those numbers and then compare them. I put a spreadsheet together and I took it directly off their reports, but don't take my word for it. Go to those reports, look at the math, please, please.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and close this one down here. And thanks everybody for joining us. We'll end this live broadcast. We'll be back very soon to talk about some other issues too. And of course, make sure that you check out Catherine, 1L, Michele. Just type that in on YouTube and it'll take you right here. You can check out all of her videos there. All right, my friends, thank you both. And I will go ahead and shut this down.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, sorry, it's a little later than I was, even what I was anticipating. I was only supposed to be about 10:10, 10:12. There was a lot of issues kind of going on here in the back. But yeah, there's, those issues should be taken care of now. So, but we are going to go and get into a few things prior to the stream, just because prior to the actual content we're going to be covering tonight. So on March 13th and the 20th, those are both going to be two Real News Now podcasts. There will not be any on the 27th, taking that day off. So that's going to be from all streaming. Well, take that back. Actually, there will be a stream that night, but there will not be a Real News Now, or will there really be any social media interaction throughout that day. This is one of those things that's like, you know, if you know, you know. If you don't know what's going on, well, I'm not going to share. So that's all good. But without further ado, let's get right into this. So had some fun. I had to learn a lot on how all this works out. But we're going to be analyzing the location data that was given through the phone records. It's an interesting topic. We are going to be covering. We're going to go over David's first, but I'm going to go cover some of the things. You'll see that Kamel's phone record is up first. I'm going to go over kind of the breakdown of what these things mean. So yes, you guys will see numbers. Do not call them, please. And I repeat, do not call them. But I'm going to try and keep those out of sight, out of mind type of thing for the most of the show. But so when I do get into it, expect the data to be shifted over. But I will be going over the actual location data, what it all means. So let's see. All right. So let me see if it'll. There it goes. Perfect. Oh, whoops. There it goes. You guys should be able to see now. Perfect. I think so, at least. All right. So what we're looking at here is we're looking at this big long thing right here. Now, what this all really means is, as you guys can see, if you guys can't read what's in the notepad on the screen, what we're looking at here is we're looking at the LAC/CID number, which is first, which is this part here. Okay, and I'll break these down as we go. Next, we have the longitude and the latitude. And then we have the sector, which is next right here. And then we have the beam width. Okay. Now, none of that's probably going to make a whole lot of sense just looking at it. Like, okay, well, what is the sector? What is the beam width? Longitude, latitude. Okay, that's like basic geography. All right, cool. So this is where they were at. Incorrect. This is where the cell tower is located. Now, a few things I want to notate here is we've got, it even tells you right here, cell location, right? But a lot of people think this is where Kamel and David were at. No. Where Kamel and David were at when they were, where their cell phone was at, it's going to basically be a general positioning. It's not going to be 100% accurate. Or, well, when I say 100% accurate, it means it's not going to triangulate perfectly. This is where they were, right? It's going to be a general area. We know which one they're going to be closest to, so which one they're going to be accessing. Now, there's a few things to notate here. You are going to see some things, for instance, like the one I'll be talking about here in a second on Kamel's. It hits her once every second during a phone call, which is going to be this one right here. Now, I'm going to show you guys, and it's going to show the numbers, so I do apologize. Right here, here's her time. Whoops. We have the time right here. Lovely. So you'll see this here, right? I love how it keeps doing that. All right, so you have the time. Okay, so you have the time here. And you'll notice there's two calls made. There's a forwarding service that goes through this, which I'm not going to get into. But basically, the real call is right here. So it's 1 minute 44 seconds. If we were to break it down, how often this is pinged, it does look like it's 8 seconds every second, right? Because this over here, there's 8 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. However, that being said, we'd actually have to look at it's actually 104 seconds, and you have to divide it by 8. So at roughly about, I can't do the math in my head right now. We're looking at every 18 seconds it was pinging. Now, you'll notice he's also changed. This happens. There's a few of these calls where it happens. Okay, they've got time in a specific area. Well, here's the thing. They're moving. Now, this is Kamel, so her cell phone is moving. All right, and it's hitting at a different angle. So she's roughly moving about 10 degrees, give or take, back and forth. There's slight change. You'll see that she differentiates where she's at. These are things we want to notate here, especially in the longer calls. How often is this person moving? And if they are moving, why, what are they doing in these areas? Now, the farther you get out from a cell tower, for instance, you're still within the angle, you're still within that sector, you're still within all the data here, which I'm going to go over in a second, what it all means. You moving ever so slightly is going to give up a larger percentage, right? So she was barely moving is really what it looks like. Now you're going from a 90-degree angle, which I will explain these in just a second. That's what these are. They are angles. You're going from 90 to 80, 90, 90, 90, 90, 80, 90. So she's basically, it looks like her cell phone, where she's at, she's kind of pacing a little bit. Now, these cell towers have a certain length where you're going to basically, you'll fall under a different cell tower, or you're going to be using data. There's all sorts of other things that could be going on. But that being said, by being able to track the cell tower where these things are, and I'll show you how we're going to do that tonight. It's rather interesting, but there was a lot I had to go and learn about this. So this stuff is, I'm going to try and explain as best I can, but it's going to kind of come at you a little fast. There is some math involved when actually doing this. We're going to go over some of the stuff. I've found a method that you won't have to go through really as much math, if any math at all. You're going to have to gauge some things. You're doing a lot of eyeballing. Now, there's ways to do it precisely, but we're going to be doing a lot of eyeballing because that's all we really have to do on this. We're kind of just got to figure out general area this, the person was at, and what do these things mean? Do they coordinate with things that are in, like, let's say, with David, for instance, they coordinate with his journal. Okay. Do they coordinate with, areas they would, we've got proof they were at. They should line up, right? It should be within the reach of these cell towers. Now, this matters because of the time of his death. And we're going to go and look at that first because we want to kind of determine, okay, is there any movement at all, right? Well, David didn't make a whole lot of calls toward the end of his life. There was calls to him, and a lot of it, I believe, was just voicemail. Not a whole lot of answering. Now, we know there was activity from David at least in his home, up until, I think it was like the 26th, I believe. So there was actual activity. Now, either that was the family or that was, from somebody else, we don't know. But we're going to be looking at that first and foremost. But I just really want to get these explanations out of the way. So for this entirety, I didn't see any 4G activity so far. And I've been going over this for hours today. You can ask my wife. She's quite annoyed with me on this. But so we're going to be going off primarily 3G. That type of that technology. We're going to be using that. I'm going to sound like a total idiot for saying it that way, but that's fine. But so how this breaks down is we got 5 digits, and then it's going to have a backslash, and then the five digits. First 5, okay, that's going to be your, I believe it's the LAC, okay? And what that is the location area code. It's a specific region a cell tower is located in. So for those that can read the little notepad, you guys can see it there. But yeah, that's what that means. Now, that's going to be the specified regions. So this is going to be, okay, they have specific little regions within a region, right? And then next you have the location of the tower in said region. So this is, you'll see what we're talking about here when we get into actually looking at the cell towers, what these things mean, right? And how they coordinate with the longitude and latitude, right? Because the longitude and latitude, that tells you where the cell tower is. So is this a cell tower that is an AT&T, like their phone plan, or is it something that's different? You'll see what I'm talking about. It's very interesting. Next, we have the longitude and latitude. Now they have it backwards. When you are searching a specific coordinates, you want to use latitude, then longitude. If you're doing it on a map manually, different story. But if you're using Google, which is what we're going to be using a lot of, we're going to be using Google Maps. We're going to be using latitude and then longitude. We're going to type it in just like that. And that'll give us the actual general location of, well, not general, but the actual location of the said tower that was pinged. And basically how that works is I believe that's if it's off of another carrier's tower, that will ping the closest tower to them that is of that service, I believe, to send that data so that way you can actually access it. I'm still learning, so just bear with me here for a sec. But that's what we need to go and figure out. So for those that don't know what longitude and latitude are, longitude is going to be your east-west position, okay, which that's its little geographic coordinate is all it is. And then you got latitude, which is going to be your north to south position. So up and down, and then east to west, it's left and right. Alrighty. Now next, we have the sector. The sector is a number out of 360 degrees, okay, indicating the side of the cell site antenna used in processing the call. So you're basically looking at a circle here, and which part of that circle is being used. Okay. Next, we have the beam width, which is going to be the angle of the specified angle of coverage from the sector. So if it says, we'll say, like, for instance, on here, it says, on here, it's 90. Okay. So if we're looking at 90 is our, is going to be our angle. We're looking at a 90-degree angle from this location. So it's going to be just north where they're pinging it at. So that can be anywhere along that line up until that coverage is cut. Right? So that makes sense to everybody? Hopefully. There's a lot of other data that does go into if cell service is going to be able to reach, or if it's going to be really shoddy, things like this. There's a lot of different data that goes into that as well. But just for simplicity's sake, we're going to exclude some of that. This is going to take weeks and weeks and weeks of plugging in the data to go and figure out, okay, which towers are pinged at what time, why is this relevant? Don't worry, this will be in the final timeline once we actually do decide, once we're actually going to be able to write the book. Okay, it's going to be everything we cover in the video. This is going in the video too. This is going to be cell phone location breakdown. And I got to go and give a shout out to Cindy Hunt for that as well. Thank you for the tip on that. It's a very, very good idea to look into this. So this is something I'm going to be definitely having to delve into for weeks, which is fine. It's fine. It's very fascinating because you have these moments here where you have lots and lots of pings here for a 1 and 44-second call, which I believe was to David, if I'm not mistaken. It was from Kamel to David. So, all right. Well, without further ado, let's get right into David's. So we're looking at David's here. We want to go to the very end. Here we go. You'll notice right here that he is not, oops, let's get a little bit more. You'll note that he's not pinging as much. When he does ping, what day is this? It's 11:13. He pings a ton. Who is he in contact with? Curious. So, and these things matter, but I'm not going to do this on, live on stream. I'm not going to go and show off, my directory I've got, because, well, that's not fair to anybody. It's not a directory that's exposing a lot of people to potential issues, right? We don't want people calling people a lot. We don't want people calling anybody, that we're looking at. But we are going to be looking these GPS coordinates up. Now, this is the part that matters. But let's take a look later on towards the 21st. 21st. Or 26th, I mean. Let's see. We're going to look right around here. Does it ping down here? I don't recall if it does or not. It does. It does ping. So now this is the part to pay attention to. So his phone was pinged. Okay, I went to voicemail. Go. So this appears to be the exact same cell tower and everything, how this is broken down. So let's take a look at what we're working with here. So we can see who was called and who wasn't, and basically, do we know this person? Is this person in the directory or not? We can see when the phone call connected. We can see how long the length of time it was on it. Okay, and then we can also see who sent the call, like who made the call and who received it. And then we're also going to be able to see is this 3G or 4G. We're going to have the cell tower location. You'll see this right here does not necessarily match this here, right? Here's the sector. Here's the beam width. The sector here is different than the sector here. This has got its own sectors here. Cell tower location. This meets this criteria here. That's going to meet this. And then when you look at the rest of the data, this right here, okay, that's this sector here. So, but that's what they have it labeled under, so we can see directly, okay, well, which tower is this pinging off of? Which site is this actually pinging off of? And so we know it's sector 6. So when we go, and that's when we go over on this website here. This is cellmapper.net. You guys can definitely just use this and go and take a look and see what's going on. But you're going to be able to take a look at all sorts of things, specific locations and all this. But this is Apple Valley right here. This one's bothering me. I don't know what's up with this blue dot here, but there's a blue dot right here, and I don't know what it is. I would say it's fine, but it's bothering me. But so when we're looking at that first one, what do we got here? We're looking at 32,505. That matches. So we got that. Then we need sector 6, which is going to be the 3976. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, okay. Whoopsies. That's for Kamel's. My apologies. Which is this one here. Sector 6 is that one. So let's go all the way to the bottom. We're going to go down toward the end. And we're going to go ahead and take a look and see what the last phone records were. So we got, and this is going to be on the 1st and 3rd. So let's take a look at the 3rd first. That'd be 2:54 a.m. No, that's Catherine calling David. That was a 3 3G. What do we got here? 32,505. Okay, so let's go take a look. 32,505. What do we got here? 32,505. What do we got here? 3530 or 30530. So now we know that doesn't necessarily match. Say, doesn't match any of these. So we can't use this one here. What about this one here? Falls into this category. Yeah, it's a bit high. So it can't be that one. What about this one? Yeah, that falls outside of it. 3505. Now, which one do we have? Bam, 530. Whoops. Can't be this one either. That's sector 7. Okay. There we go. Nope, that's too high. It's too high. Too high. And I think this is too low. Up here. Here. No. See, now this is where we're digging in. So what do we find here? What do we know? Is now this cell tower isn't there. So where is this cell tower? Curious. Now this is the part that gets kind of curious. Where's this 30530? It should be within this one here. Because see, now you can see this 30538. This one 57. My guess is it's somewhere over here. If we're looking over here, I believe Ramsdell's over this way. Yeah, Ramsdell's right here. But see, now we can't find that exact location. But now this is where things get interesting. Because now we have to go off of this here. So let's go and input the data first. So we're looking at 44. Oh yeah, whoops. 35 or 30. 32,505. And that's all we've got on that one. Latitude. So we got there 44.703. All right. And then we're going to have a negative, I believe it's 93 if I'm not mistaken, 0.2130556. All right. What do we got going on here? This, I don't remember what this part was. It was sector and bandwidth. That's right. So sector 290. Okay. And then 85. So this is out of 360 degrees. We're looking at the 290 degrees. And then there's an 85-degree angle. That's how this all breaks down. So now we can just go ahead. We're just going to go copy. All right. So now we know this cell tower is over here. So what I like to do here, I like to throw it in satellite. All right. So we see this one pinging a few times. Now we know this. I could have already went to my paper and explained, yes, it's the one they're going to be pinging at. So it's pinging at this cell tower here. Let's look how far away that is from the Crowleys. The Crowleys, I believe, are up here. Yeah, they're over here, I think it is. Yeah. And if we want to see where the Crowleys are at, I believe it is right here. Yep. So we got from here to here. So now you got roughly a 7-minute drive from there. So we're able to hit. This is 3.2 miles. They're able to ping right off here. So this is what's interesting here. Now, some might think, oh, this is kind of dumb. Why are we going covering this, right? Well, the thing is, when it comes down to this here, this data here, this is telling us that, okay, if they're over here, this area here, chances are they're going to be pinging off this one here. Now, if you were to go and look, this is where we need to draw. I don't remember how to do that on here. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how to do it from off the top of my head, but regardless here, my whole point here is basically if you were to go and go from here to here, oops. That's frustrating. So if you were to go from point to point, this would have to meet that 85-degree angle. Now, this is where the angles and all this, they get into it, right? Now, 90-degree angle is going to be straight up and down. This is not a 90-degree angle. However, one might be wondering, okay, well, how is it determined to be a 90-degree angle? Well, the thing is, it's from that point on. So you'd have to look at the circle first. You'd have to go and look at what degree on that circle is this at. And we've got the data there, which we already know is 290 degrees. So 290 degrees on a circle. All right. This is 290 degrees. Now, I don't remember the exact way they did this, but I believe it was this line here. 290 degrees is going to be something like right here. Bottom of the circle. You guys should be able to see that, right? Yep. It's going to be roughly right around here on your circle here. So if it's pinging, is this pinging off the back or the front? And even then, it depends on how it's set up. Now, if you were to flip this, the 290 degrees, it's actually facing toward the Crowleys. Now we have an 85 degrees. We have to go from there, at which it varies. So you look at what 80 degrees is. And we're looking about this. So from that 290 degree angle right there, right at that point, then you got to expand it out 80 degrees. Hopefully that makes sense. And then from that, they're going to be within that range. Now, that's when you start getting a connection. All this, does that necessarily matter? Well, it can, but not really when we're looking at this, because they're able to make their call, right? This call was able to come through. It bounced off and came to them. And this is where their cell was pinged. Okay, so that's how we get all of that. That being said, does this fall within an 85 degree? Yes, it does. We already know this. This is going to fall in very, very easily right within that. Well, it has to, because we already know it's already on the data. But we know that, yeah, they're getting some, this is going out quite a ways. Now, most of these, they go out, I think it's about 25 miles. Why they have so many cell towers, good question. But some of these, they don't actually have that long a distance. I've heard as small as 2.5 miles, and I've heard all the way as large as about 25, 30 miles. Okay, for coverage. Huge. So if we're looking at the 2.5 mile mark, which I know we're not, but if you were to look at the 2.5 mile mark, this is where the 530, I think it is. This number here, the 3530, comes in. Okay, so here's your region, this chunk of area, and then this is the cell it's going to be pinging at. And then we've got our exact location of said cell tower. Now we've got the sector on the cell tower. It's being pinged, and then the angle at which it's coming back out, or what it's shooting out. Okay. Does that make sense to everybody? I could try and explain it a better way if somebody absolutely needs it, for sure. It's not a big deal. Is I want everybody to be able to understand this. This is semi-complex, I would argue. It took me a sec to go and really understand it. I was like, oh, and then I felt really dumb, but it took a lot for me to have to understand it, though. And I'm sure a lot of you guys are probably smarter than me. So who knows? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But regardless, we don't have a sector on this one. So we're good on that. And then this is going to also translate, I believe, to the following one. Yeah. Same exact data. Okay. Didn't move. So at this point, what can we determine from this? Well, somebody called the phone. And what was the time on this one? 2:55 a.m. Yeah. So we got 2:55 a.m. on this one. Who called then? His mother again. All this data right here is the exact same, which means the phone was in that exact position at that exact time. Now, if you look at the times, now this is what gets kind of interesting to me is, look when she calls, 3 a.m. roughly, both days. Calls. Let's go down here. What do we got here? Voicemail. This is why I set it up with the exact same setup here, except it's not saying where it's going. And I didn't want to go and have to copy and paste and bring it all the way down a little bit extra just to go and add in some more. And then, I didn't want to. No. I wanted to set this separately because I want this data to be visible for everybody. This will eventually get copied. All of this data here will get copied and thrown over here. I just didn't want to go and do it today. Didn't want any extra hassle I didn't have to do. And would have to keep scrolling over and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So but this is what we got with this. Now, this is where things get kind of funky here. So was David dead around this time? Well, this meets the criterion. Now, we have to be looking at, there's two scenarios here. There's no, oh, David killed his family. No, there's none of that. We can already disprove that with mold. That's fine. Which makes us great here. So we know he couldn't have done it. So we already know this is murder. Okay. Camilla's not going to be able to shoot herself 2 to 3 times in the head. Okay. So that doesn't really pan out. So we know this is murder. But now we have to go and ask ourselves, okay, does this pan out with, let's say, temperature changes. Now we have two different options we can have. They were killed in the home or they were killed outside the home. If they're killed in the home, we have a couple different options. Where were they killed? Okay. And then if they're killed outside the home, still comes down to it. Where were they killed? And then where were the bodies kept? Or were they kept? And I would assume it would have to be at colder temperatures. Only reason I would say at colder temperatures is because at a warmer temperature, the body decomp is going to go and actually increase. Colder temperatures is actually going to slow drastically. Now, if they were killed, let's say, outside somewhere, where were they killed? Then we'd have to be looking at specific locations. Then we'd have to be looking at who would have been able to hear. See where I'm going at with this? Then we got to go and take into some consideration here. We don't know if those gunshots actually were heard or not. We don't know. Now, they would have been heard. Now, we know that if they were killed around this time, nobody had declared anything. They did not hear any gunshots or anything. Now, is it possible? I've literally slept through gunshots. We've had gunshots over in our area, different holidays and things like this, and I've slept right through them. And just to go and hear about them the following day or a week later, things like this. So it's very, I would say, likely that people could have slept through gunshots. Close neighbors, like very, very close by, it decreases that the likelihood of that. So, but this is already, now we're seeing this here. So they're pinged, exact same data got going on here, same cell tower, everything. So almost fair to assume, tied with the rest of the data we've got, he was already dead at this point. At least between here, the first and the third. Okay. So what else can we go and determine? Well, let's go take a look and see what else, what other data we can get when we go back farther. Okay. So now we have the 16th of December at 6:45. It's the exact same data, slightly altered. So we're looking at the 16th now. To a T, isn't it? Yep, to a T, except with a different angle here. Okay. And what was it again? 6:45, or is it 6? It was 6:45. Yeah. Zach Carter called around that time. Oh, Danny August Mason actually called. So what do we got? It's exact data here. And it's at 90 degrees. So now we're looking at that angle from 90 degrees versus from 85. Which means they're farther up. Right? Either way farther up. But even then, you're looking at this. This is looking at the exact same cell tower. What else are we looking at here? Whoops. Same data. 32,505. Oh, actually, it's right there. 537. Yep. So let's take a look. It's using the same cell tower, but then we have this sector to look at. This is going to be a big one here. So where do we see 3537? I believe it was over at this one, if I'm not mistaken. It was. It's 38. So which means he would have been over in this area. Or at least getting the data from this area. He's farther north. So is this where he went to Smashburger? Well, let's take a look at the timeline here. I'll bring that up. Just give me a couple seconds. Forgot to go do this earlier. And this is where, like I said, this is where things come full circle. You know, we got to be looking at things like this. This is going to come full circle. Why? Because, well, the timeline is going to be the key to getting this case solved. Absolutely going to be key. When everything is put together, then you see how the bigger picture looks. So let's take a look. David last talked to a friend on the phone on the 16th, right? Who did he talk to on the phone? Went straight to voicemail. When did you talk to a person on the phone? It wasn't on the 16th. So that'll be edited out. He didn't talk to anybody on the phone. This is a text message. And it was to Zach. So he didn't even talk to somebody on the 16th. Camille's phone was used to talk to Wells Fargo on the 15th. Okay. When does David speak to anybody? Did he talk to Catherine? Nope, that went to voicemail. Let's see. Somebody used Camille's phone, whether it be her or somebody else, to talk to Charter Communications on the 8th. David talked to Midas on 11/26. This is where, like I said, this is where things get weird. Because then you have to go over the timeline. Well, what exactly occurred? You got the 14th, Camille responded. Because somebody have just had her access to her account. Yeah, it's a possibility. Or is it more than likely she was still alive around this time? That's also interesting too. But see, this is where we're going to get the location. And this is where this is going to be kind of crucial, because what do these locations mean? Well, this means they were around their home at this time. So let's keep going. Let's keep digging through that. All right. So this one right here, same location as his home. Let's see, it's the 537 instead. Oh, yeah, I forgot to go and add that data. This is Sector 7. I believe this is on the 5th. Or wait, it would have to be on the 16th or the 11th. Let's take a look. (16th) at 6:12. What do we got going on here? Did I seriously put 12th over 13th? I think I might have. No, I didn't. Yep, I did. So 16 at 12. All right. Let me adjust that real quick. And so that was going to be off of, that's Zach, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got that. So we know that's going to ping. And then we know it goes back to this one here. Right? Here it is, 5:30. Yep. And it's back to 85. Okay. So could they have been killed then? Possibly. But they're pinging still around their home. Their cell phone, his cell phone was at least at home. Did David carry his cell phone everywhere? Well, I would assume so. With all the journal writing and all these other things he was doing, I would assume he probably kept a cell phone on him pretty much at all times. I think it's a fair assumption. All right. So what do we got next on here? Now we have 11th at 3:50 p.m. All right. Same place. Yep, exact same place at home. With his mother calling him. So this begs the question, was he at home? Or was his phone at home? This begs the question, was he killed prior to this? Was he killed in, let's say, late November? Stuck in some kind of a freezing? We'd have to look at all the temperatures here. Could he have been left outside? Well, then we'd have to be looking at, okay, who's going to lure David away with his family? In comfortable positions. Who's going to be able to lure them away? And get them outside of their home like that? It would A, have to be somebody comfortable again. But B, David and Kamel wouldn't be needed. It would just be David. Now, we know that Kamel was killed first. And then Rania. Rania, then David, then Kamel. So I mean to say. So if that's the case, is it possible that maybe David went to go help somebody out and brought him home with him? Possibility. It's a lot of different scenarios, but either way, it would have had to have been if he's in his, if he's in comfortable clothes, he's either making a quick, like a quick run out of the home for something. Let's say he has to go get milk or he has to go get something. Well, we also see the condition of the home, how it was set up. This is dinner time, most likely. You look what's in the trash. There's hair dye and things like this in there. I mean, was Kamel dyeing her hair? It does appear that way. So she wasn't leaving. It would have to have been David left the house. And would he bring Rania with him? Well, then we'd have to ask ourselves, well, if Rania was outside the home, she wanted to come home that bad, then this would have had to have been, she would have had to have been someplace comfortable that David was comfortable enough being in his pajamas around, or, kind of comfortable with clothes like that. And then she was like, having to go late at night. Then we have to go look it back on that one too. Then we've got the weird journal entry that goes into this too, which is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, November 5th, 6:35 p.m. or so. That's kind of cryptic. Now, this is where things get kind of weird because we've already determined David couldn't have killed his family. It's impossible. So if it's impossible for David to kill his family, why would he write something cryptic like this? There has to be a reason. Especially because you look towards the end of his journal entries and he starts getting biblical. Starts going over time. Starts going and talking about the Garden of Gethsemane. Cast out of Eden. What does that mean? Who is Archidam? Who is Silver Lodge? Now, we know that this was done. Is this possible that we're seeing transfers go on? You know, we've also got the finances. That's where this comes into. I mean, that's the part we want to go and pay attention to there, right? We want to go and take a look at these locations, but the transfers now, I'm also curious about how does this tie in with this? And then we've got this different activity going on here. So let's take a look at, I've got an idea. I've got a really, really good idea. Now it's going to be an itch. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to finish getting scratched, but we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep going for it. I believe these also have, yes, they do. Text messages also ping as well. Now, here's the interesting part here. So we go on 12/24. He's still at home. But then you start getting these weird pings. This one here. It's weird. So now we're looking at 786. So if we're looking at 786, it's not this one. No, let's be over this way, I think. Yeah, here it is. But it's over in this area that's pinging now. Now that's the weird part, is now we've got this area pinging. What's the date on that one? So that's also not his usual coordinates either. Let's take it. We're going to go and input this data here, but that's what I'm getting at here. This is the interesting part. Is you see this little bits like this. There's like, what is this? 115. Why is this pinging differently? Take a look at the phone records again. 115. Right? That's what it said, right? 115 at 8:33. Did I seriously not add it? Huh. Oh, this text messages. Okay. No, that's weird. I never added that. Interesting. How I missed it, I don't know. That's fascinating. How did I miss that? Oh, no, it's on the 15th of wow, okay, that explains it. Big jump from text messages. 22nd to the December 16th. Let's go up. So when do we have this timeline? Let's see, 20th. There's no cell activity on the 20th. That's a jump too. That's 15, 16 days. Just about. From no activity at all. But we're supposed to believe that David, his family cared about him, right? His friends cared about him. That's 16 days without contact. They didn't want contact with him. I can tell you David really didn't want contact with his family, but his mom goes and does these breaks. This is why her story matters. She was one of the few people in the beginning that didn't believe David did it. It's impossible. There's no way Kamel would have wanted to do this, but if they did, it would have had to have been some kind of a pact. But she didn't believe that. So who did it? That's my question for this case. Who did this? But let's keep going. So there's nothing here. There's nothing directly connecting this one. So let's take a look at the 19th. Oh, that's right. There wouldn't be anything because the last contact was the 16th. Is it possible they were killed on the 16th then? Do they have a big enough freezer to fit both Rania and David and Kamel into? No, they don't. Is there any place they can do some kind of a cold storage? Nope. So it makes zero sense for them to be in their condition. They should have been far worse based on this. And that's if we go off this timeline and say, okay, Colin Prochnow said on the 19th, this is where about he kind of he had heard that they heard the gunshots. At 2 a.m. too. Nothing's going on though. But see, we know that the last contact would have had to have been on the 25th, or the 15th, I mean. Because Kamel Crowley. That phone was used to talk to Wells Fargo for 25 and a half minutes, roughly. Now, it could have been David. David could have just used her phone. But I doubt it. A lot of the times, the bank will want to confirm whose account it is. Now, they had joint accounts, so It's to be assumed David could have gotten access, could have just used her phone, but why? It's 6:38 p.m. too, so it doesn't make much sense for that. It's not impossible, but it just doesn't make much sense. Let's keep going. So we've got the 16th, I believe. Already got 16th right here. Got both those. We're on the 11th. And then we got the 26th of November from their home. And that would be, I believe, when David called Midas, if I'm not mistaken. "58 seconds. Yep. And then before that, then we have same thing at home on the 21st. So let's go and ping that. What time on the 21st? 1:56 a.m. Okay, what do we have next? Then we have on the 20th at 11:49 p.m. Now we get a switch up on this, and this is going to be on the 20th at 7:46 p.m. It's a 9-second call, but it's at the 533. What time is it again? That's right, 7:46. So we're going to go over here. So now we're looking at 7533. So now we're looking at this one again. This is pinging from this area, which is sector 3. And then we got this one from home, just standard one here, and that's going to be on 6:57. See, something is going on here because she's calling an awful lot. Catherine Crowley just spam calls. It's almost like every hour, just bam. Now, why she's calling this frantically, I don't know. But we have to go over the timeline. So now we're looking at 11/20th, November 20th. What do we got here? 11/20. So what's being said here? Allison says in an email to David, "What the F is up? I heard you change your number, and that's just fine. It's one thing to bar your siblings from your life and goings on, but when mom calls me weeping and convinced that you're dead, my frustration with not being able to have a relationship with you turns to fury. I get that you're busy and you don't need us, but I'm busy too and don't have time to perpetually talk mom off a ledge because you won't spare 5 minutes a week, if that, to talk to her. Call her. Give her your phone number at least. P.S. Susan and I are going to make a feast at Dad's for Christmas Eve. I hope you guys come. Okay, so a couple things to note here. We already know siblings are barred from his life. Why? Catherine Crowley is calling David, but then calls Allison, convinced that he's dead. All right. She's unaware that David already gave her his number. Okay. This is where we need to go and figure out, when did David send this to her? Because now we have to go and look at, did he actually contact Allison prior to getting his phone taken, or losing contact with losing his old phone? These are things we'd get answers from the prior phone records now. Okay. Hopefully all this is making sense to everybody here. That's why we're using the timeline at the same time. All right, let's keep going. So we have '20th, big old gap of no location. Now, the other thing is to use, along with this location, in combination, is also using location data from his journal, which we also have access to. Let's take a look. You'll see here what I'm talking about. So this is his exact location here. Whoops. So that's his exact location of his home. Now this matters too. This location data is going to be showing a lot of different data here. Curious. Quite curious. I'll just stumble on something maybe. So I want to go look at this. This is just something we're seeing here. Let's take a look. All right, let's keep going. There we go. Try this again. Doesn't match up. Curious. Just curious what that is now. But you can always do things, like I said, you can cross-reference a lot of things. You can look at what the weather was like or on these times. You can, and that's the thing. We need to have this data when it comes to this. What was the weather like on this day? What was everything that was going on through this? So if we're able to put together a more comprehensive picture, timeline is going to be able to do that. And that's what we need. All right, so let's continue going. So what else we got here? We're just going to go over just another one real quick. Okay, where's this one at? So they're at a corner house over here. Let's take a look. They appear to be over in this house here. Whose house is here then? But if you look in here, this is their home, which means they're pinging differently. This is weird. And then we can go take a look at all these. You can always zoom in on pictures here and you can find out where these were taken. You can see that they're obviously not at home all the time when he's writing these. You can see directly where they're at, how far out they went. 31-minute drive, then we can find out who these people are. You can see how we do this. It says that the Andersons, we don't know who the Andersons are. There we've got, of course, you, like I said, you can keep looking through the data here. Let's take a look again. So they're just outside of from where their home is. How do we know? Because Smashburger. This is where they're at. I believe that's the picture in the. Maybe it's not. But yeah, you can get the picture here. This location data does matter. Right? So what else we got going on here? But that all needs to be thrown in here too, so that way we can see, okay, where were they at? We can actually track things. Where was their phone being pinged? Where was the exact location they were at? Does this fall within this? You know, things like that. So we're going to be able to go and just trace these things. Any questions so far? Please, if there's questions, yeah, definitely ask away. I mean, anything when it comes to this. So, all right. So we went from the 20th. Then we have the 18th at 7:23 p.m. And then we get two locations, slightly different. All right, what's going on the 18th? David announced on Facebook that the documentary titled The Rise would be available for free upon completion. The post received 1,074 likes. The likes don't really matter a whole lot at the moment. This we can start cross-referencing some of the stuff in here too, which I need to do still. But let's do that right now. On the 20th. Not even a single text on, or was it 20th? No, it was the 18th. Not a single text. It was on the 20th. Okay, perfect. It was on the 20th, and there was not a single text. Therefore, if she sent her a text, if that's really what happened, right? Sidra texted Kamel, happy birthday. Sidra saw that Kamel read it but didn't respond. Okay, that coincides with the whole Apple, I believe, because I don't think, yeah, as Android, it doesn't have that never did. So, and she has an iPhone anyways, so both of them do. 20th, yeah. That's David's here. He's got the iPhone, she's got an iPhone. Okay, so that's interesting to say the least. But we got to go and mark that down. Where was it? 20. 18. Here we go. Okay, so 7:23. Alrighty. I don't remember what the number was exactly. 32514. Let's see, 44. Okay, so this is at home. No, 44.970. 2788. Let me just. Weird. No. Weird. I don't know what happened there. Okay. That was bizarre. Nine 702-778. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and then 93.3008333. I already forgot it. And this one, there's a slight movement too, which once again, we're going to look this up in a second. Yeah, screw it. I'm just going to do it this way. Copy. All right. We got 330 and then 65 degrees. right, where's this one? So it's in Minneapolis. All right. Calhoun Isles. Let's take a look. Minneapolis should be. Yep. All right, let's take a look what we're looking at here. So we're going to be looking for 3251 is going to be the big one we're looking at here. That's where we're pinging. There we go. And then we're looking at 10607. So probably no. Isn't that falls outside that category here? This will meet those criteria. I'm up here. Which means this hitting here. Okay, so it's hitting this one, but then it's hitting here and then it's routing out differently. So that's interesting. Curious. They were over here, which means there's a tower here and it's hitting this one, or hitting over in this area. It's interesting how it's working that way. It's this one, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So they're over in this area here. Curious. But it's actually over here is where this is at, where I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Lake Street West. Oh. Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay, never mind. So there's this here. Calhoun Isles right here. Okay, so perfect. They're right on top of it. They're over in this area, it looks like. Interesting. Okay. So this qualifies. So they're directly on top of this one. But it hits with this one. Curious. And then here's the thing. See, he's in a phone call. Let's see. With Chris Peck. For 3 seconds. Oh, it's voicemail. Leaving him a voicemail. He's in that area. That's on the 18th. 7:23 p.m. Okay. So here's his voicemail where he left a message probably for Chris Peck, probably for some weed, be my guess. Hello. So if he's up there for some weed, that's probably what's going on here. So we can, all right, that can be pretty much deduced. Okay. But he also adjusts to the 967. So let's take a look at 967. Is it the same? 32515. Well, let's go and take a look here. All right. So he's not going too far. What do we know of angle? Same angle. But it's a little up on the degrees there. Hitting a different cell tower. So we're looking for the 32515, 106, 07. Or wait. No, it's 515, but then we're looking for the 10967. So it's probably from here. Okay. That doesn't line up. Curious, which means it's just another one that we don't know about. They don't have the data on here. So he's pinging off this one over here. He came from over in this area. He did this in a short period. Well, he's got the freeway here. So it's possible. I wouldn't say within 3 seconds, but in those 3 seconds, he did happen to travel pretty far. So he was driving, he was speeding for sure, but it pinged. So he was probably going pretty freaking quick. Probably already on the freeway, possibly on his way to his home. Made the call. Took 26 seconds for it to get to voicemail. So which means we're looking at probably a 29-second range. I could see it. I could see him moving at that speed fast enough to cover this much. And we can calculate things out, but I don't think this is crucial for, was David dead at this time? No, he was definitely alive. So, any questions, anybody so far? So we've only got a little bit more time, and then I am done with the stream for tonight, and I got to get back to work, but and some more stuff. Okay, let's keep going then. So from the 18th, we now have the 13th we got to take a look at. So we know he was traveling here. The 13th, it was at 1:36 p.m. Was not voicemail, I don't think. 25th, let's take a look. Or 13th. No voicemails. So 1:36, David or Kamel to David. All right. He's at home. How do we know this? We've already got the data for it, so pretty easy to go and deduce. Bam. What else do we got data for? Ooh, big one. 4 minutes, 47 seconds. And he's at home. He's pacing. It appears to be, at least. Who's he speaking to? And it was what day again? 13th at 1:22. Speaking to USAA. We're just going to mark that there as he's at home. He's just pacing. How can we tell? Because these numbers here. That tells us he's pacing in his home. This is curious right here because then you get the 351,177. So let's take a look. Just go and take a look, see real quick where that could be at. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's the same place. 32505 and then 35177. Mm-hmm. Curious. I don't think it's that one. Curious, where the hell would this be? I am very, very curious as to where. Let's take a look here, maybe. Nope. This is frustrating. I don't know where he was at. No. And their regions are just, it's bizarre. That's the thing that's killing me right now. I'm like, where is this? Twoku? I'm not familiar. I'm going to chalk this up to it's probably just one of these sectors I don't know. But we'll go ahead and we're going to write it down. But that's curious because he's at home pacing when this is occurring. So I'm curious as to what the weather was like this day. So you get the 537, 3134, which that's going to be sector 5. Is basically what you're seeing here is it'll be like 3134 and then it'll have 5. That's going to be your sector. Sector within the sector. Like for instance, we'll check this out. It says 1514, right? Will that be in this area? Probably. Oh, it's 515. Well, either way. And what do we got going on here? 1514. Take a look at this. 1514. Sector 6, Sector 7, 514, Sector 5, Sector 6, Sector 7. See what I mean? No matter what, you're going to have these 4. I'm curious as to what these bands mean. It's my next thing to go and learn. But I'm going to go write it down though. So we've got 32505 is what we've got. And I'm just gonna chalk this up to he was at home. That's what was going on. What day is that? That's on the 13th. That's for 4 minutes 47 seconds. All right, it's USAA call. So he's probably chatting about his insurance, maybe some extra coverage, maybe who knows. What kind of coverage? I believe it's just auto insurance. Oh, auto, life, health, and property insurance quotes. Okay, so life insurance is a possibility. Next, we have another one. It's on the 11th, and it's a 6-minute phone call. And it's to Data Tech Lab, whoever that is. And where is he at? Appears to be at home. Pacing. He's definitely moving. Now, the thing is, when they're still, you can tell they're still. When they're not still and they're moving throughout their home, they could be moving outside. They could be doing things. It could be mixed connection from the basement. So maybe he's within range. And this is very well could be what's going on. He's within, let's say he's down in the basement. It could be where the window's at, right? Where's the connection able to get in? And if you were to look at the basement, he's got some basement windows. So that would be my guess why there's a big difference here. And why he's getting pinged. So this could be like more of a kind of a poor connection. I know when I lived lived at home with my parents before getting married, having kids, all this connection was down there, down in the basement, which is absolutely awful. So it's one of those things that certain cell coverages just didn't offer very good coverage in my basement. So could that have been the case here? That's what I'm thinking is going on here. So if he's pacing at home, he's probably in the basement. Okay. And this is also at 9:52 p.m. So all things considered here, 9:52 p.m., talking Data Tech Lab. Who is Data Tech Lab? Don't know, but go along and just going. He's at home for that one, as we can already deduce that based on just all the pings. Where is it coming from? Same area. It's got the same coordinates, but is hitting from other sectors, and that's why. Oh, no, that's fair. It's all good. It's all good. I totally understand that. Let's see. So we got the 11th, and that's at 8:54 p.m. And who knows? Let's take a look at this one. Oops. Let's see. Let's take a look at these coordinates again. And let's go and, oops, get these out. And where are we at? Burnsville Fire Department. All right, so this is where the cell phone tower is at. Oh, he's in Burnsville. Curious. I wonder who he knows that maybe is a firefighter here. He's in Burnsville, so that's going to be done this way. Let's see, Apple Valley is down here. Burnsville's right here. Okay. So at 35W is where that's at. Here's 35W. What do we got over here? Got Burnsville Center. right over here. And does this match this? Yep, it does. We got 32,505, and then what do we hit here? 30975, and we have the fire station, which is the 3975. Oh wait, we're 3970. Okay. But the exact coordinates are over here, which means the cell tower is being pinged over here. So this is triangulated. Chances are he's probably right over in this area here, but why? It's a good question. Could it be Home Depot? Well, let's see. What date is it? It's 11th. What do we got going on 11th? Nothing really going on. Curious. Huh. But so we got 4 tonight. So hopefully you guys got a little insight on this and why it's going to be important. We're going to be able to go and ping directly where David was at specific times. We're going to be able to do the same to Kamel. We're going to go and do this to David while he was also on his trip. We're going to do this all the way from what we've got with the old phone numbers. We'll get all that filled out. Then we're going to get all this data filled out and go from there. And then once it's all complete, this will all just go into the phone number timeline. And then we're going to be able to see individual call times, why this is important, when said people came into his life and how often they called. How often they did talk, right? Because it's going to show their relationship. So we're going to see a lot of different things. Where David went, which cell phone towers he was pinged at, what his exact location was marked in his journal. All this will line up to see. You're going to be able to see the bigger picture. Of course, no problem. Promised you I'd go and talk about this. It's an important one because I don't think a lot of people really even looked at this a whole lot. So this definitely shines a big light on all sorts of things here. So, but thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back next weekend. So next Saturday, we'll be talking more about Phil Schneider. I'm going to go over my findings, what I continued to find last night. Rather interesting. And then on Sunday, we're going to go and cover more of this data. And so expect the next probably 3 to 4 weekends worth at night. This is going to be what we're going to be covering pretty extensively. And yes, I do know we need to get back on the JFK case, take a look at that again, to really analyze those documents. I'm actually going through as we speak and actually, well, not as we speak rather, but I am looking through the documents and actually pulling out the ones that are actually very, very critical for looking at that case. So without further ado, we're going to get going, and you guys have a wonderful rest of your night.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is episode number 23 of going over the book, The Gray Stage, written by Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we'll be joined with Sophia, Catherine, Greg, and Stephen to discuss this case. We are on Chapter 11, entitled 21 Questions for Detective Gummert. And what we'll do is go through the reading of the book, and because Stephen is a former police officer, we're going to get his viewpoints on some of these items first with the Crowley case. He'll have some good insight, I believe. Starting off, on April 19th, 2015, I, meaning Greg, sent an email to Apple Valley Police Department's Detective Jim Gummert and requested to speak with him about the case. they were building against David Crowley. On April 23rd, Detective Gummert replied to my email, quote, "Since the case is still considered active by our department, I'm unable to discuss the case or answer any of your questions," end quote. I immediately sent him a response asking if he could speak with me once the case was closed. The following day, Detective Gummert wrote back to me, quote, "Yes, once the case is no longer active, I would discuss it with you," end quote. Once the investigation was closed, I sent another email to the detective on March 16th, 2016. Quote, "I'm currently writing some articles regarding the David Crowley double murder suicide case," I wrote to the detective. "I would love to get some questions answered and police reports / images clarified if possible. Please let me know if it is possible to schedule a phone call with you or other detectives to be included in the articles. If questions and answers need to be done via email, we can make that work too. Thank you very much for always being responsive to my emails," end quote. "Mr. Fernandez," Detective Gummert quickly responded, quote, "I appreciate your willingness to include our department's point of view in your upcoming articles, but our department is no longer discussing this case. We believe the time has come to move forward and let our reports available to the public answer any questions people may have. Thank you," end quote. "I can respect that," Greg wrote back. "However, you did state before that you would answer my questions once the case was closed. I am sorry you have decided to go against your word. God bless," end quote. "You are correct," Gummert responded. Quote, "I did agree to answer your questions. So with that, please email me your list of questions and I will answer them. Thank you," end quote. Later that night, at 8:30 p.m., I sent the detective 21 questions about their case against David Crowley. On May 10th, 2016, Detective Sergeant Jim Gummert sent me an email with his 21 answers, along with a few concluding comments. Here are the questions and answers in order. So what we'll do is read the questions and the answers. I wanted to ask Stephen, partly, is this a common thing that you would hear from a citizen in the public to answer some questions relating to a case? And if so, would you answer them? Would you take the time? Or how common is a question, first of all, like that?
I think it's a hard questioning, and to take the time to do that would tell me is that it's worth the time for the detective to answer these, because there are questions. Maybe the detective at that time, whether he's playing which side of the fence, felt maybe it'll help the case, hinder the case. What do these guys have? So it's keep open communications is not a bad idea.
But it's still an inconvenience to the detective, correct?
Well, yeah, oh, sure it is. But look at this case. It's the most serious case that the department's ever had.
And then when the case was closed, I like how Greg was immediate to send the request back by saying, the case is closed now. Are you free to do that? Mm-hmm. And Gummert wrote back right away, "Sorry, we're no longer talking about the case." And that's where Greg did a good job in responding right away by backing him in the corner by saying, "You did promise me that you would do this."
Sure.
And he just left it. He just said, "Sorry, you went against your wishes. So sorry about that." So then now Gummert is placed in kind of painted himself in a corner. Now he's got to answer the questions. So I think Greg, you did that well.
Oh, absolutely. That took a lot of stones.
Thanks. Yeah, it was that I was really frustrated by that, because we had been waiting and waiting for so long patiently, and I figured, well, okay, if he's not going to stick to his word, that pretty much tells me everything that I need to know. But he proved me wrong. He did stick to his word, and he did not limit this to 21 questions too. That was my fault. We probably should have had like 101 questions. I don't know. I didn't really know. I've never done anything like this. So we had nothing to really go on. I know everybody had questions, and we couldn't fit all of those questions in, but we tried to gather as many questions. And really, the 21 questions, when we talk about that, it's not like it's really 21 questions that I came up with. These are 21 questions that basically the whole Justice for David Crowley and Family group came up with. And what I did is I just picked the top 21 and tried to ask them in a way where if he was under oath, sitting in a courtroom, that he could answer yes or no. And that was, again, some of my fault in doing that, because some of the answers were literally yes or no. And I'm like, I wish he would expand on this. I wish he would expand on that. And we'll get to all of that too. But so I really had no idea what to expect from it. But to be honest with you, even before I had asked him about, would he be willing to talk or anything, I thought he would just pretty much say no, that no, we're not willing to talk, blah, blah, blah. But I think because we did it before the case closed, before he got, this is just a guess, my speculation, before he was told we're not talking about it. Because if he was, then obviously back in 2015, he would not have said, yeah, sure, I'll be willing to talk to you, So that was kind of interesting, the fact that in April, he's kind of like, well, the case is still active. I'm unable to discuss your case or any of these questions. And then it's kind of like, yes, he's like, once the case is no longer active, I will discuss it with you. And then in on March 16th of 2016, it kind of changed, where it's like, no, we're not talking about it now. And so I feel like if I wouldn't have followed up and said, hey, you already said that you would talk about it, my guess is that he may never have even talked about it or anything. So I kind of feel like that it wasn't really him saying that we would know, and that's why he says we. But our department is no longer talking about it. It was kind of like kind of had the door open there, but that was the only kind of saving grace, or else we probably wouldn't even have these 21 questions to go on. Stephen, as a former officer, I mean, have you ever heard of anything like this? I know you're also a researcher. You are a writer, a bounty hunter, or former bounty hunter, private eye. You've also written an awesome book that everybody should go and check out, The Ultimate Prey: The True Story of the Yosemite Sightseer Murders. And you can order that. You can get it right now on Kindle, $3.99. Get the paperback for $10.89. There's even some used ones if you're really tight due to COVID and everything. You can see there's a few out there like that. But please,
I know, it's amazing. I know.
buy this new one. Buy the new one right there. Is this the only place people can get the book, Stephen?
No, there's probably 200 platforms. I mean, you can go on to Barnes and Noble, you can go on to Walmart and buy it. Everybody carries everybody's books if they're electronically platforms. Yeah, they can order it. You can order the hard copy too from Walmart, because it's all print on demand. So it's just a push of a button.
Yeah, I got to get the hard copy, because my book is filled with notes and about so much stuff, and we're definitely going to spend some time later on talking more about this case, because this is such a fascinating case. The way that the book was written, reading the book, I was like, this needs to be a feature film. So, but I mean, have you ever heard anything? I mean, have you ever had any experiences or heard anything about something like this, where there's a case?
You know what? It's with the 21 questions. I mean, your relationship, you open up, line of communications. No, have I anything like I have? Yeah, in some ways, with the case you're working, I mean, you get somebody. It goes back and forth. Like I said, is it place guilt on them? No, but they'll give me information, and then they say, "We'll talk to you, but we'll shut it down." Then we shut it down, and like I said, the case is still open. That's whether you're not going to get anything now, is because you guys have put a lot of pressure with the right things and a lot of good questions they can't answer. If they close this case, it's now freedom of information, versus if it's like I said, it's an ongoing case now, which they don't have, like I said, they don't really have to justify to anybody. The DA can say it still looks, let's open this up. We got a question somewhere. They don't have to tell you that question, But you opened that up, Greg, and I think it put them in the corner. I mean, that's like the opening punch. It's fantastic. Yeah, they didn't know what they had. They didn't know what they had back then when they answered you. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Or what you guys have done They didn't have that information. Things change every day, you know.
Yeah, it was kind of like almost like a bluffing game or something that I felt like we were playing, because people kept telling us that we had all of these things, and I know people were contacting me privately talking about things that I had never heard of, and so it was kind of like they figured because they got it that we must have it too. And back in this point, that's another great point. There is when we wrote these 21 questions, we didn't, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we had anything but the 464 photos and the 94 pages of police reports.
I believe that is correct. We just had the photos and the police report, and then we collaborated as a group to get these questions together, and then you communicated directly with him to get the answers, but it was basically coming from the group. And after reading the 94 pages and looking at the photos, we thought in our minds that these 21 questions, if he could answer those, would put a lot of things to bed. And all we were looking for is just some clarity and you know, for him to just answer some of these. And he did. He answered them all. We got the answers. But we have since learned that it opened up way more questions than it did. It didn't really solve anything.
Dan,
it was good. It was well done the way it all worked. But it didn't, you know, we didn't get the answers and say, okay, now we close the book. Now this case is done. We've got the answers, and we can all move on our merry way.
Right.
Yeah, that was just a very bad position at that time, and he probably didn't talk to anybody, or you know, his lieutenant said, "Yeah, just do this." Or now it's more serious, but that was just meritorial at the time. Now we got a problem.
Yeah,
and it wasn't. You know, Greg wasn't a family member or had any connection with the case. He was an independent investigator from California.
Yeah. You know, Greg, you guys did great.
I think if he was willing to talk to me back then, I was kind of thinking, well, maybe, you know, they'll create some type of final report like we've seen with several other cases. And then they would just kind of say, look, this was our actual findings. But to my knowledge, they never put anything out there like that. And so this was our one shot at getting something like that for all the hundreds and thousands, possibly millions of people that had questions, that still have questions, new people that are just learning about this case. I hope these 21 questions will help them to create an informed opinion on this case. And we do have Crip Rick. He is joining us here, so I do want to say hi to Rick. Rick, you may not know Steven Sanzeri, but I think you know just about everybody else. And we were just chatting a little bit about Steven's book, and I know you love reading, so I'm definitely going to send you a couple links to this book. I think you'll really get it. It's a murder mystery. I don't know if you've ever heard about the Yosemite Sightseer murders, Crip Rick, but if you haven't, or if you have, this gives you a totally different view from any other thing that I've read on that case. But just want to say hi to you out there too.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, perfect. Okay.
Hey, Rick, Steve, hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I'm sorry I'm late, guys. I was just doing a 2.5-hour interview, and I thought for some reason this was happening at midnight tonight. So when Greg told me, like, he's happening, I'm like, what? So I really apologize.
That's okay.
And no, I have not heard of those murders, the Yosemite murders, or whatever you just said, but I would love to read the book.
I think you'll find it fascinating. You'll be fascinated by it. Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm here though. Go ahead, guys.
All right. Sophia, Catherine, any questions, any thoughts before we get rolling on the actual 21 questions here?
Sophia's always happening.
No?
Oh, Catherine is doing sign language.
I thought for sure she was going to say something because it's like she's always so quiet.
Hi, Sophia. Hi, Catherine.
I don't have any questions.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to reiterate what I can't remember. I think it was Steve. Whichever one person said this about Greg, I'm telling you, you had some severe cojones to sit there and follow up with, well, you know, you said, you didn't just let it drop. You said you would answer this, and, you know, I'm kind of sorry you just are going to go back on your word. I loved that. You're going to go, you decided to go against your word. Again, kudos to you for taking that step, because when I was reading above going, we believe the time has come to move forward and let our reports answer any questions. It's like, wait, dude, you just told him you're not going to answer anything, and now you won't answer anything because it's open, and now you're not going to answer anything because you've moved on. No. So kudos.
Yeah, let our reports available to the public. That was another teaser. I was like, wait a minute. All right, how many reports are out there but are not available to the public? So that was another thing that he was kind of teasing us with. And I wonder if that's some of the documents that we've been getting over all of these years. And that's why, Dan, without you creating the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group, man, we would not be here. We would, I don't think we would be in a spot where we're getting all of these documents and photos and all of that stuff. So, that's a big deal, but it's a group effort. It's a team effort. And it's just so nice to have so many people listening to this, watching this, people who are secretly listening and watching, who are encouraging us to keep going forward. It's just so great to see all of that, and so many new people that are coming to this case and just want to know what happened here, and so that they can form their own thoughts on it, not to just, hey, you're either with us or you're against us, like some Sith Lord or something like that. It's just like, here's the evidence, here is the documents. And but people, I just want to kind of make that kind of disclaimer, maybe, but to just say, when these 21 questions were created, this was before we had pretty much we only had the 464 photos, the 94 pages of police reports. Dan, I know you ended up getting another 711 photos from the BCA later on. I don't know if that was before this or if that was after this either. I'm not sure.
I believe it was after, but I think at this point we just had that first round of information, and that's why these questions were so important. But one thing I'd like to add before we go on is Sergeant Gummert and the Apple Valley Police also knew that whatever we were getting, we were publishing.
That's true.
Everything was transparent. So now that he's forced to answer these questions on paper, he's got to be sure now that I'm sure he had to get it approved from his superiors and or blessed before it goes out, because he knew we were going to slap this all up over the internet, and we did. So he was kind of backed into a corner, his own corner, but it was I'm sure they had to really answer these questions carefully because of other types of repercussions and innuendos and things people can read into it or not. So they were well aware of us by this time, of course, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we weren't hiding anything. It was a public group. It's still a public group. None of that has changed. None of the rules or anything like that has changed. So it was kind of a very open forum, and that was, I know people have kind of tried to take advantage of that and tried to play games and things based on that, but it's always been like that, and that's pretty much the way, the transparency for this case has always been very important, and we were just hoping that because we were being transparent, that the police, the investigators, would also be as transparent as possible. So that was the goal.
All right, so here's the questions. I will do one at a time, along with the question and the answer, and then we can have a little discussion on that as well, or should I do a couple at a time, Greg?
I think one is good.
Okay. All right, well, let's start off with the one. Remember, this is a collaborative effort. We put all these together, and Greg slimmed it down to 21 and sent them off. Here's question one. It says, what evidence did you find to prove David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide? The answer from Gummert was one phrase: Minnesota BCA analysis results. That's it.
And that's the 40. That's the 40-page report that everybody can go and read. Now, remember, we didn't have that at the time either, so we couldn't go back and say, "Wait a minute, we've read the 40 pages," and they don't say that. But you can find that on my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com. I think Dan also has it on uglytruth.info. I believe that it's also there too, but it's 40 pages. And so this is what they say proves David Crowley guilty right here. So,
but I think the question, Greg, or was it not, is we were expecting to see, 5 or 6 bullet points from Gummert to say the evidence of this, the evidence of X, Y, and Z, the photos of X, Y, and Z, and the laptop that showed X, Y, and Z. Here was what proved him guilty. And his answer was just the BCA analysis results. That's all that he said.
Yeah, because the analysis is not evidence.
No, it's just, so it's a very vague answer. I think that, once again, he got that approved from up above, and to keep things as vague as they could while at the same time answering your questions, Greg, but didn't give us anything. Now, the second question to that is, how long did it take to come to that conclusion? He responds back by saying it took them several months to send back results. So the answer on question 1 was basically nothing from the Apple Valley Police Department. The evidence came from BCA, which is a state agency, and it took them several months to respond. Our question was directed to you, Gummert, the detective leader, the manager of the investigation department, the detectives. You're the sergeant. What evidence did you find to prove? And he said, well, that agency proved it. And how long did it take for you to come to that conclusion? It took them several months. That was a non-answer. Was it not, Stephen?
Oh, it's painted very broadly. I mean, that's for sure. The first one they answered, the Minnesota BCA analysis results, it now directs you to their report. It's one more step, and they can do that. It's like, here it all is. Now you got to petition for that. The state may have to release it, but that's what it is. And it took them several months to send back results. How many months did it take? Several, is that 3 or is that 9? So yeah, that's very broad. It took him, 3 weeks. So it didn't. That's very broad.
Now, the second question starts off with saying several reports state body parts such as hands were, quote, missing. Can you clarify as to whether or not body parts were missing from the entire crime scene? Question mark. Now, in parentheses, Greg has, according to Detective Bone, Ranny's entire right arm and shoulder were missing from her arm socket. David's right hand was missing, and so was most of his skull. A majority of Kamel's head was also missing, according to Detective Bone. Both of her hands were found to be missing. His answer was parts were missing from the scene.
How much more vague can you get? Does that mean parts like they went there and the parts weren't there? Because obviously the first, one of the early theories when people read this, so they found them, parts were missing, they were taken off of the crime scene, right? You could interpret that one way.
Well, you guys told, he might have interpreted as rhetorical that you've already answered it for him. You said parts were missing, and and if it was maybe worded differently, so it's kind of rhetorical. Yeah, parts were missing. You already told, so it's not like those, So he might have got you a little on that one,
Yeah. Oh, believe me, he gets it gets worse.
But it's not the answer. But yeah, you see what I'm saying. So.
Yeah, it's such a vague answer that it's like,
terrible.
Interpret that so many different ways. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Anything else on that one?
Oh, we have lots of thoughts on that. We went over all that. We've already gone over that part already, but we have all sorts of thoughts. Yeah.
Ladies or Rick, any thoughts?
I just have one thing I want to ask. When they say that, hold on here, parts were missing from the scene, maybe Catherine or somebody can answer me this. Did they ever, in any of the reports, because I haven't got through all of them yet, did they ever talk about like where these parts were? Are they assuming the dog ate these parts? Is that what I'm led to believe?
That's the answer to one of the other questions on down the line. But
okay.
nothing,
Right.
They were never found.
Okay.
Rick,
Weird.
if they did find any bone pieces or belongings to the victims that were around their bodies, they were collected in a brown paper bag and put in the body bags with each of the victims. And so they had a brown paper bag for Kamel and they had a brown paper bag for David, but they did not have one for Ronnie.
That's weird.
Also, Rick is a great Sophia. They didn't test the dog's feces, did they?
No.
Right. So if the dog did this, there would be bone fragments in the feces.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another problem.
So then these missing parts are obviously not what they bagged up. So they would have to be, like you said, parts were missing from scene. They were missing the only logical thing, and I don't want, I mean, we've already kind of spoiled it. So pretty much is what they're going to say is that any of the missing parts were due to this dog, is the way that I would interpret it. But just reading this one, it's kind of like, well, why didn't you say that here? You know, parts were missing, but here's why. I guess maybe I should have had a second question to that, and why? Why were parts
No, he
missing?
answers exactly that further on down the line. You'll see. Go answer, see answer 2.
Oh, that's right.
No, you did. You did good, Greg.
All right, question 3. The question was, the murder weapon was found near David's left hand. Yet there are many pictures that clearly show David pointing a gun with his right hand. Do you believe David was right-handed or left-handed? The answer from Gummert, right.
And that was a big thing, just to kind of clear up anything about, well, maybe David used his left hand for anything. You know, what they say right here is that he was right-handed. So to me, that pretty much shows, okay, then that's why we wanted to know where the gun was. We spent so many years trying to figure out where the gun actually landed. Not where they said, you know, I wanted a photo, just to say the photo does not lie. The photo will show you exactly where the gun landed, where it was found, and then we can go back and say, okay, if David was right-handed, how did the gun get here? How much did the gun weigh? How could it possibly get there? And why didn't police question where the gun was? Because they never questioned the placement of where they found that gun.
When the weapon is discharged in a suicide like that to the head, the gun is going to go backwards away from the head, opposite direction. Doesn't go forward, it goes backwards.
Yeah.
Question 4. Were there any latent fingerprints on the blood-smeared wall where it said Allahu Akbar? Gummert's answer was no.
Now, that was a question that was specifically given to me by a fellow researcher that I was kind of privately working who probably doesn't want to be mentioned, but that was this person's biggest question here. That's what they wanted to know about latent fingerprints. I, at the time, had no idea what latent fingerprints were, but I figured that's a pretty good question. Let's go ahead and ask that. So if someone wants to kind of explain to people like me, I mean, obviously I know now, but for people who are maybe watching this or listening to this who don't know what latent fingerprints are and how important that would be to prove that David Crowley did write Allahu Akbar in blood on the wall.
Yeah, and that was a big point back then too, because the blood was written on the wall, and they assumed that David had did it. So one of our questions were back then is we want to see his left and his right hand and see if they were covered with blood. Oh, right hand was missing. Left was there, but kind of in a dried up state. So the next question was, who wrote the writing on the wall? Obviously, the fingerprints would be there. There'd be no reason for David to use gloves or a latex glove or anything to hide it as far as who did it. So the question was there any fingerprints? The answer is no. Well, does that mean someone used a glove? And if so, more than likely the perpetrator used the glove. David, if he was doing this and going out in a blaze of glory, would have no reason to conceal his identity by writing it. There should be, in my mind, fingerprints all over this wall in the blood that could have been easily lifted and pulled to see who did the writing. Gummert himself says there was none. We couldn't find any fingerprints on that wall, which leads me to believe whoever wrote it obviously used latex gloves or some sort of gloves to begin with to do it, and then either took them with and pitched them, and they were no longer at the scene. So someone other than David did do it. Now we know David's right-handed. His right hand's missing. How would you did he do it with his left hand? Some have suspected that the hand was cut off and used with his own hand. Well, in that case, there would be fingerprints left behind if they used David's cut off hands to dip it into the blood to write it. And even that wasn't there. So that was a leading question by us to say, obviously, Mr. Gummert, David didn't write on the wall. So that's not evidence. There is no evidence to show that David wrote anything on the wall. So I think that was a good answer.
And that's correct. But we have to keep in mind too that whether or not it I don't believe it was David, but whether or not if it was David, the latent prints are going to be prints that can be captured, and can you find like ridge detail and stuff like that. And so basically he's saying, no, there's no ridge detail whatsoever. But we know that something made that. Now, is there smeared DNA or smeared quote unquote prints or whatever down the wall? We don't know, because they don't really answer the question. They're just telling you that no, there were no latent prints that left any ridge detail, is basically what he's saying.
That were
Well,
liftable.
that wasn't quite the full answer to the question you were asking.
Right. And that
Well,
was,
out of the
go ahead, Sophia.
sorry, Greg, out of the samples of DNA that they took from the wall, it only came back as Kamel's blood. So not even traces of unknown or traces of David's or anything showed up in those samples.
Right, and the whole thing is with that, and that's very true. But we don't know where they took it. Was it a lot of blood in the section they took it from? Would it have been too much of Kamel's blood and not enough of whoever's? Even if it was David's hand that was taken and then written, used to make those, we don't know. But unfortunately, we don't even get really good close-up photos of the writing on the wall, which would be great, because if we could see a close-up photo, we might have a better understanding of were there any kind of smears or not.
That's true.
What about the video? Does the video give us?
Not close.
No, not close, and it's not the best quality either.
Yeah.
But
Terrible quality. Yeah.
I did hear, Greg, that somebody I'm not sure where I saw this or read it, but somebody was saying that the writing on the wall could have been done by the scarf that was by the bodies, like Kamel's scarf. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, we know what you're talking about. We just don't know. Could it have been? I think at this stage, just about anything could have.
Okay.
Like, was it a gloved hand? Could it have been a hand wrapped in a scarf? But yet there seems to be some pretty straightforward lines on that wall.
Right.
So I
That's
would
what I
think
thought.
that a scarf was not used because of just the way the pattern was left.
I agree.
yeah, and this is, with these 21 questions, anyone that wants to go through it, make sure you cross-reference with the BCA lab results here. This would be item number 11, and they did item number 12, but for some reason that one is not here for whatever reason. But when they did look for any latent prints, when they did testing, any DNA blood testing, that would be specifically related to item number 11, item E11, which matches Kamel, does not match David, does not match Rania, would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population. So it's a single source DNA that's indicated as female. So, I mean, you could say, well, there's just so much of her blood that if there was any other DNA, whoever did it, obviously it would just kind of override that. But if anyone other than David did this, I think gloves make the best sense.
Well, Greg, I wanted to say, so one thing you're right, like Catherine had brought up with ridges, but when blood flow, blood prints, because there's latent prints and what they call plastic prints also, but the latent prints more toward like the oil of the print to the surface or whatever. When it's still latent print transfer to blood. About within 12 hours, you can lose ridges on blood. And I thought that interesting because I looked that up just now. So, so if somebody puts their hand on the wall and tries to draw something, is there a print immediately as soon as they touch the wall? Yeah, there is. But because like a paint or whatever, it doesn't leave the solid latent print like would be oil on glass, which would give a latent print solid. There's another substance in between, is what I'm saying. Yeah, and I thought, that could have been even though they probably did not check it for that, but it's beside the point of this thing right here with how it was drawn and who did it and whatever. I think that they weren't that good to find that anyway, probably, if there was.
Yeah, and then that just leads back to the thing, okay, then, if this is what they're using, if based on what Gummert is telling us, this is where we're going to find the proof that Crowley is guilty, then this is what we need. In these 40 pages, we should see exactly whatever they're seeing to claim that David Crowley is guilty. And of course, we didn't have this at that time, but you know, looking at it, and it's just like, so far, not really seeing it here.
No, not at all.
Further down, the next question of the 21 is question 5. It says, images of the murder weapon were provided to Tom Lydon, Fox News 9 anchor, who I assume filled out the same disclosure form as I did. Yet I did not receive the 3 images that Tom Lydon did, including the image of the murder weapon lying on a living room table, red blood footprints on a hardwood floor. If I file another disclosure request for those specific images, will I receive the images requested? I would also request an image of the murder weapon where it was found. Parentheses, even a censored version. That was the question from Greg, and the answer from Gummert was fill another one out with a specific request, and I will see what I can do.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And Dan, you got the 700. So again, we didn't, in the 464 photos that we first got, there was no image of the gun, period, that showed it on that table or anything really. But Dan, when you got the 711 photos, we did get a photo of the gun on that table.
Yeah, sitting on a table, like someone set it there to get a photo of it with the cartridge in, with the cartridge out. I think both sides of it, the underside, the front side, it looked like it was just sitting there. But we wanted a photo of where was the gun at the scene? Where was the gun lying when officers arrived was I think what you were asking for there. And they wouldn't give us anything that was graphic in nature. So you were even saying, look, if you need to, you know, scan something out or censor it or blur it out, that's fine. We still want a photo of the gun where it was found when you arrived on the scene. And that to this day has never come up. And all he says here is just fill out another form and we'll see what we can do.
Well, I think the one photo that was on Tony Floyd's website is pretty much, as far as I know, that is the one that where the gun was found, where they found it. So I mean, we do have it now. We do have that now, but that only came out since in August, late August or something like that.
So
pretty recent.
So Greg, you guys have evidence the gun was on his left side?
Yes. We have a photo that shows where the gun was. Now we haven't been able to authenticate that photo yet, as far as I know. I've asked, and I know Sophia has probably done the exact same thing too. Is we've asked, you know, to make sure that because there was a fake document floating out there, we also wanted to know, are there fake photos that are floating out there too?
Sure. There you go.
Real photo? And it's a one-word answer, so we're still waiting for that answer. But I would love for them for the Apple Valley Police or the Apple Valley City Attorney, whoever needs to make that call, to just confirm the photo that you have seen. Because they looked at the fake document and they were able to quickly recognize the document was fake. They looked at the photo. They can quickly tell, is this a real photo or is this not a real photo? It should be pretty clear for them to, tell us yes or no. That's it. You know, we're not asking them to do anything more than that. But I haven't heard any answer about that yet.
Oh, okay.
And typically with a crime like this, when the press release and the media gets a hold of it, usually the weapon is like the first thing you see. And now here it's six years later, it's the first time we see the weapon.
Right.
In its original spot, which I just thought seemed unnatural, I guess. It didn't seem normal that you have to wait all this time to see where the gun was. And they said, oh, here's the gun sitting on a table. We're like, well, yes, we can see the gun sitting on a table, but where was it when you came in? Oh, I don't think a photo exists of that. How can that be?
Yeah. And it was,
we
asked this question because Tom Lydon was showing that photo. Like I said, there were at least 3 photos that he was showing that we didn't have at that time. So that's all we wanted. If Tom Lydon gets it, we should get it too. I think that's fair.
Right.
And even if he would have answered by saying, you know what, there may have been a mistake, you didn't receive them all, but he just said, fill out another form, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
Yeah, and I think you did. I know, because I never got the 700. I never got the 711. Of course, you did that with the BCA, so that was a different department. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
On question number 6, it goes on to say, is it possible, based on evidence found at the crime scene, Comel was shot first and Randy was not immediately shot after? The answer from Gummert, it is possible. Next question was Randy's blood or flesh found on Comel's body? The answer is no.
How can that be? If the bodies are where they say they are, which they're very cryptic and not to really say where the bodies were found, that, hey, this is where they were shot, right? They say, oh, this is where we saw the bodies. They're very cryptic when they say, they don't say exactly, okay, David was killed here, Comel was killed here, Rania was killed here. If Rania was killed and landed on Comel's body, there should be some blood, there should be some flesh, right? There should be something there that mixed. But they say no. So that's another reason why a lot of people thought, okay, somebody's body was probably moved. Rania's body was probably moved and staged there and staged. So when the police would walk in, they would see this young 5-year-old daughter's body on top of her mom's, furthest away from David, and hey, it must be David. Staging.
All right, question 7. Early media reports suggested Daniel Crowley Jr. went to David's house on December 26th or December 27th, 2014. However, in police reports, it is clear Daniel Crowley Jr. stated he was at his brother's house on December 28th. Was Daniel ever asked about the various dates as to when he went to the Crowley's residence? The answer from Gummert is no. Now, Stephen, this may be a good question for you as a detective. If the 2 dates in the press releases are wrong, or the media reports, and then the official statement was a 3rd date, would that raise suspicion to you as a detective?
Oh, sure. I mean, but there can always be an answer. This is a typo. You know what I mean? Yep. It's there's always an answer, but yeah, it would raise suspicion. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that kind of makes you wonder, what else did they not ask Daniel Crowley? What else did they not ask? Because if they're not asking about this, I mean, like you said, maybe it's not that big of a deal. He was frazzled, obviously. People were probably hounding him, calling him to ask to answer questions. Daniel, and this is Daniel Crowley Jr. Doesn't really answer much. David's dad doesn't really answer much. I've never heard anything publicly from David's sister ever.
No. And I think we'll go to that later on with the goal we talked about. But you can only answer once for everybody. And the second time is going to get questioned. Everybody's answer. Everybody gets a mulligan on the first one. Oh, we made a mistake. Oh, God will do this. Second one, no. And they're on their second life.
Right.
That's how I look at it. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So basically what Daniel Crowley Jr. is saying, these presents were there from December 28th until the day the bodies were found on January 17th, 2015. So that's a long time, obviously.
Sure.
For a, I don't know. I mean, with a $14,000 check there, if you leave it there, if it's put there on December 28th, it was obviously filled out at least on December 28th, if not earlier, by David's dad. David's dad at some point has to notice the check doesn't clear. A couple weeks, okay, maybe. But we're talking about almost three weeks here. The check hasn't cleared. So, Vee, I know you've done more than I have on the phone records. Is David's dad calling David to check up on this? Hey, I haven't heard from you guys. I mean, is there anything like that as after December 28th, or that kind of stands out to you?
Yeah, there's a couple phone calls from the Crowley Investments or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not exactly sure if that's Dan Crowley Sr. or Dan Jr.
Hmm.
And then there is from the mother too. I don't think I saw anything from the sister, or Kamel's family either.
Yeah, it seems like the sister communicated more through David's Gmail, but it also seemed like even in November of 2014, David wasn't answering her messages, so maybe she had kind of given up way back then. Hard to say.
Well, I mean, it would be nice to be able to know for certain, and maybe we will find out soon enough.
Okay, question 8. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Question 8, it says, is it true that police went to the Crowley residence on 3 separate occasions? Once after the bodies were discovered, a second time after a mushroom bullet was discovered, page 51 of the PDF, and a third time on February 18th, 2015, when they found a bullet hole near the living room ceiling? The answer is yes. Police went 3 times to the residence. Is that also common, Stephen, from your past work as a detective?
Yeah, I think 3 times is pretty light, Dan. I think I'd be spending a lot of time in that place, and I'd be, patrol car outside for a week and a half. I mean, no, more than 3 times. There's more. I would say they visited more than that, probably. I mean, they swept this thing up pretty quickly.
No, I would say, and maybe it's. Oh, go ahead.
Is it, I guess, I think what Dan is asking, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it normal to go back 3 times because you found something, because somebody has found something new?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, no, like any kind of evidence, sure, you're going to go back for that reason, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's, even in this latest case, the Kyle Rittenhouse case, they missed a couple bullets, or a couple bullet shells there, and it's like, wow, how often does this happen?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, if somebody calls you and there's exculpatory evidence like we spoke about or whatever, that can influence the case, you have to go back.
Is that a thorough investigation when you have to be called back to the home 2 different times, and told about these bullets, that if you weren't called back by people that are not in law enforcement, then, you would never even know about these? I mean, I know police.
That's a loaded question, but yes, and no. No, absolutely. You know what? I mean, first off, this is a crime scene, and I don't know when they got the cleaners and they do whatever. And like other cases, we talked about Philip Marshall and stuff like that. But then they check on, people are still watching and things. For them to go back in and somebody finds something is, like we said, no way you'd miss an 8-foot ceiling, that hole in the ceiling. You just wouldn't. And people that were let back in, I mean, it's a tough, you got to go back in, but we know that they went back in for a different purpose.
Well, that's the weird thing. Okay, the bodies were found on the 17th. They leave. They're called back 2 days later for a bullet, for 1 bullet, item number 53. You would think at that point at least they would look up and say, well,
oh sure, oh yeah,
bullet that rolled out of the living room carpet, maybe we should look around and see if there's anything else. But they still miss the bullet hole right above their head in the living room ceiling.
Greg, I don't mean to interrupt you. I get a little excited. I apologize. Like I said earlier, 10 podcasts ago, this is the sloppiest cover-up murder scene I have ever seen, witnessed, talked about. Anything, whatever. And it was so sloppy, and so there's so much that they think that was so sloppy, everything would be covered up and whitewashed, and it wasn't. You guys are picking out little things and this and that, and they just took it for granted. This thing's a hit. It wasn't, it was done by somebody else. David didn't do it. It's one guy is not this sloppy, and David, you look at him, he's military. This guy's spit polished. He's got sloppy. Are you kidding me? It would have been with 3 shots himself and clean and no suffering. This guy was not a madman that was possessed by Lucifer. Come on. You know what? That's why you guys, what you're doing. And the bullets, they have to start, they've had a backtrack and letting those guys in and all that stuff. We know who was in there. Yeah. It's definitely, it was a smorgasbord.
Stephen, can I ask you a question in regards to the
Sure.
cleaners? Are they supposed to patch up any bullet holes in the crime scene? So
You know what? I don't know. I've never even worked with them. Those kind of people.
Okay.
I always hear about the stories when they come in like Men in Black and they sweep the place and erase everybody's brains. And I don't know. I know that they have target things in there. They probably track them. They know what kind of computers they probably they know what to take right away. And who's gonna interrupt them while they're doing that? But the cleaners, in a thing like this, cleaners, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? And I'm not trying to be prejudiced or anything, but it's if they're paying these minimum wages to our people that come over from the border, I'm not going to discuss it. They're not going to look up. They just do their thing, and like any maid or anybody, I don't know who's the cleaners.
okay. Well, I was just trying to get some clarification.
Yeah, I couldn't
Yeah,
answer
that
tough
was
call.
something.
Well,
Yeah.
that would have been a great thing is if we ever could get a hold of the cleaners to say, hey, did you
Yeah.
see a bullet hole up there? Because there were several people in that house cleaning, and it'd be interesting to see if any of them saw that, even though the police.
Well, that goes to the biohazard cleaners, like on that movie Sunshine Cleaners or whatever. Is people do that? So I mean, to sell that house, and you have to disclose in real estate law. Somebody, there's a death in the house, that kind of thing. Is that place has to be, just gone through bottom to top to be cleaned? Is who did that one? It was a pretty messy scene.
Well, they completely redid the whole house later
Oh,
on.
did they?
I mean, this was another reason why it was it didn't make sense that the feds or the DHS would be involved in this, because my feeling is, and I could be wrong, just a guess, if they were in the house, they probably would have saw that bullet hole.
You know what? I mean, the feds be involved. I mean, we do. We don't know. You know for sure the feds are involved. I mean, that was that thing from what's his name, and I mean, I think they covered this thing up at a pretty low level. Just there's nobody above them that's going to do anything. It's almost, like I said, it's a whole other step to go around this and get them on the front page. I don't know. My problem, like I said, is Dan, all you guys' motive. What's the motive for doing this? Because we know David didn't do this. So what's the motive? A bad script deal in Hollywood, $40 million. Egos, pretty messy for egos. The gray stage, all that stuff. Yeah, his movie. Sure, I could see, it could be a shadow conspiracy, black ops kind of deal. And they hired some monkeys to do it.
Question 9. Was water found in any of the toilets in the Crowley residence? How did the family dog, Paleo, survive for 3 weeks? The answer, Gummert says yes. See answer to question 2.
That's what I was talking about when you were asking me, Rick, because Gummert is saying that here he's implying, and so we therefore are to infer that it was Paleo. He survived by eating the body parts.
Oh, okay, I see.
Parts missing from scene. And so, so I guess, is he implying that, the dog was drinking out of the toilets, or, it's kind of left open, but, or did it just, I don't know, can it survive for 3 weeks without water from those toilets? So there's a lot of things that I think about now that I wish I would have done, wish I would have asked a little differently, but I was hoping they would give me more. I felt like the simpler I kept these questions, the more that they would give me, and that didn't turn out to be true.
Well, yeah, because he's not lying. When you're asking the question, was water found in any of the toilets? And he says yes. I mean, if the lid is down, there's going to be water in there. But he didn't specify as to what condition the water was. Was the lid up? Were the lids down? Was one up, one down? He doesn't specify anything. He just says, yes, there was water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was purposely trying to write these not, so it didn't seem like I was trying to trick him or anything into any answers, and so that was my approach on it. I wasn't trying to trip him up in oh, well, you said this, but with this or whatever. I was trying to make it as simple as possible. So, it's not really much there.
Stephen, is that how you guys are trained to answer questions? You just answer directly and without explanation, the simplest answer?
Oh, let me digress one question to answer Greg really quickly. A while back, so many podcasts ago, we looked it up, what a dog needs to survive for water and all that kind of stuff. And so the dog did get water and did survive. To answer your question, say that again.
I said, are you guys trained to answer questions very succinctly? Yes, no explanation, don't expand. Just keep it simple.
You know what? To a certain point, but I was only a detective for a short time, and I didn't have cameras in my faces or a big case like this. And you know what? That would have been above my pay grade if I was there 10 years. And being a small department and stuff. You know what? You're dealing with a sergeant. I don't know. I mean, he's handling this to whatever his level. He's being very broad and brief. To answer for this, I think Greg got a lot of information, and I think he got his goal, his mission, is because it's turned it into no, we don't want to release. It's turned forward to now. It looks like to me, like I said, we'll talk about is an open case. So to answer that, I'm kind of surprised that Greg got even anything answered. He did, I mean, really, this is, and no, it's not normal all the time, but they respected him enough to answer his questions, and they were fair questions.
He's basically
Greg,
saying,
we're coming up on 50 minutes. You said to let you know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so he's basically saying that the dog, this is how the dog lived for 3 weeks. So he is verifying the 3-week theory, and this is it. This is what the dog had. And so it kind of goes back to the, obviously, if I could ask 22 questions, the 22nd question would have been, did you test those dog feces? I did not. I don't know why I didn't include that here, but I should have included it. There's a lot that I should have included.
Question 10 is Chris Klein, spelled 3 different ways, last name. Do you know when a neighbor called the Apple Valley Police Department to report a, quote, suspicious person in the Crowley residence on January 19th, 2015? Government response, yes.
Yeah, so this is where, this was kind of a test question, and he kind of did exactly what I hoped he wouldn't do, which was just answer, yes. And so it's kind of like, to him, it may not be a big deal to answer yes, but obviously, these are very detailed questions. There's a lot here. And so if he is just going to answer yes to me with any of these questions, it's going to tell me, it's possible that I may infer a lot of different things from that. And I did. And so at this point, reading this, I was very, very frustrated at him, frustrated at myself, and more frustrated at myself because of the way that I asked these questions, and because there was a lot of here that I wanted to know about, and obviously, pretty much this may not be anything about January 19th, 2015 at that point. I know we've done a whole show on it later on, but I was hoping he would give me something here. Give me a little bit here, okay? But it's like, nope, we're not going to.
And Greg, we didn't know the time at this point when you asked this question. Later, we did get to see that 911 report from the police report showing that it was, I think it was 12:50 p.m. or something. But at this point, we didn't know. And we know the police were called for a suspicious person on the 19th. We also know the cleaners are there cleaning because they found the bullet on the 19th. But when was the suspicious person? And so I think what we're trying to get at with this question was this before the cleaners came? Was it in the middle of the night? Was it after the cleaners left? What time of day? And so your question was, do you know when a neighbor called? And he wrote back, yes. Now later we find out that it was around 1 p.m., just after noon on that day, which is also very strange. But we wanted to get a feel for what all went on the 19th. You know, at 9 o'clock that morning, I was creating a Justice for Facebook for a Crowley page on the 19th. The cleaners were there. The police went there to find that bullet, but they also were there again on the 19th when the suspicious call came in. So they were there twice. What went on that day?
Yeah, and this kind of, you know, this is where it was like, okay, his one word answer tells you so much here about, okay, you know, they don't want to talk about this. And so this was a big red flag back then, something that I just noted and said, okay, there must be something very special about this date, and there definitely is. We can do, Dan, maybe one or two more, and then we can kind of wrap this episode up if you want.
Oh, you know, can I say something really quickly? 30 seconds, 20 seconds?
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Real quickly. In that letter, November 1st, 2021, I was reading through it and such, and how they're trying to cover their butts and how leaving things open. Right now, you know, basically you guys got a nice open case, not a closed case. So whenever the move is made, they have to respond to that. Because it's not court case, and that if something happens, they have to answer for it. So I think you're in a good position.
Question 11. The suspicious person was Chris Klein. How was Chris Klein identified as the suspicious person the neighbor was referring to? The answer from Gummert, unknown. Remember, they just got a call that there was a suspicious person. When they got there, no one was there. No vehicle, nothing. So we know now that the suspicious person was Chris Klein. But back then, we were asking Gummert, how did they know who it was? And so he writes, unknown.
That's
a big deal.
Yeah, and that seems. I don't know. That doesn't seem truthful to me. Doesn't seem like a truthful answer. So if I were to look at any of these questions, anything, you know, unknown, really? You guys didn't know? Of course you knew. How do you find a suspicious person without knowing how to identify that person? You have to know.
Well, now I'm really suspicious of Chris Klein because, you know, for some reason, this never even sunk in my head that he was the one who was there on the 19th of January. But yet he's the one in February who makes the call to the detectives and says, oh, you guys missed a hole in the scene. And I know this is just way off topic, but Chris Klein is playing a bigger part here than I realized. If he's there on the 19th, why didn't he notice the bullet hole? Why did it take an entire month for him to all of a sudden now see it?
Well, I think Klein did notice it on the 19th, and it was the cops who were trying to connect with him. From this point, they're the ones that called or that left a note for Klein. Klein called them back. So Klein didn't really contact him until they found him, basically, I guess.
Oh, okay. So in February, it was just a matter of playing catch up then.
Yeah, it was kind of like,
okay, great.
Yeah, they were like, hey, you know, call us. And so then Klein called them. So they had located him, but you're right. Klein didn't offer any of this and say, hey guys, there's a bullet hole here or anything, you know, but Klein didn't know that they didn't know either. There's no way there shouldn't have been any way that Klein would know what the police knew and didn't know at that point. If Klein knew that the police didn't know about this until February 18th, then he should have let them know because that would have been something new. But because Klein just started talking about it, when he's talking to these cops, it kind of seemed like Klein had also thought that maybe the police did know about it. Reading the 94 pages of police reports, that's the impression that I got, is that Klein was talking about things that he already thought that the cops knew, and the cops are kind of probing him as this is going on. But it's weird that they're, talking with Klein. They spend a lot of time trying to find who Chris Klein is, but with a lot of these other people that are involved, there's not much mention of it. So what makes Klein so different, so special, if it's not that bullet? Item 57.
All right, so 12, last question for the episode today, and this is a good one. Chris Klein stated that he was in the house with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Jr., even though the neighbor apparently only reported one, quote, suspicious person. Dan Sr. denied being in the house with Chris Klein. Parentheses, he told me he was not aware of the bullet hole and had not gone into the house with Klein, claims Detective Sean McKnight. So the question is, do you know if it was ever discovered who was telling the truth and who was not? Gummert's response was no. This may be a question for Stephen also with his background. We get more anomalies here, but it's more of a question of follow-up. Is it normal procedure to follow up on these things that don't make sense from a detective's point of view? Or are they just trying to get the most important stuff and not this small, meaningless information?
You know what, Dan, good question. A lot of cops are lazy. I hate to say it, so it's what you turn over rocks or not. But the thing that bothers me related to that is number 14 of these, Greg asked him about if he saw the hole in the living room ceiling. And he said he saw it, but unknown of exact date. Either he saw it by himself and logged it, or he was there and he would remember that date. And it was logged when that was found. So it goes, who's telling the truth? I mean, 14 answers, 12, I mean, how do you don't remember a piece of evidence like a bullet in a homicide?
Right.
You don't log it. You don't remember. I mean, look back. Did Joe Patrolman find it? Okay. You were there. Okay. Put that date at least, but don't lie about it. You saw it, but you don't remember the date. Are you shitting me? Oh my God. I mean, really? So sorry to jump ahead, Dan, but 12 equals 14.
Yeah.
It does. I'm sorry. Wow. That was a good question, Greg. 14.
But the overarching question here is when you're talking to a witness on a case like this, and he was in the house, and he said, "Who are you in the house with?" And he says, "I was in the house with Dan Jr. and Dan Sr." Basically saying, "I was in there with David's brother and his dad." Another detective interviews the dad and says, "Were you in the house with Chris Klein and Dan Jr.?" "No, I was never in the house with Chris Klein." He basically said, "I don't know who that even is. I wasn't in the house with him." So the question is, why did Chris Klein say he was in the house with the father, which evidently was never asked? Why would he say that? So now we get the story of who's telling the truth and who's not. And I'm saying, even regardless of the bullet hole in the ceiling, they can't even get right who was in the house with whom.
Sure. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, that's why it's such a a CF cluster, is that you got people bodies in and out. You got this. You got a messy crime scene. Well, who goes into a house like that afterwards? A friend, neighbor, family, or whatever. Nobody does. I mean, who was trying to cover up what? They made a mistake somewhere there. It got too much attention post murders.
And the good thing the good thing here is we get Detective Sean McKnight actually doing some follow-up by saying, following up with Dan Sr., "Were you in the house with Chris Klein?" And he says, "No, I did not go in the home with Klein." Well, now you get an officer actually doing his job, following up.
Sure.
And it doesn't make sense. And now there's no additional follow-up of following that rabbit hole or following that trail.
Sure.
Not saying there's any suspicion involved, but just saying you're still trying to dot your I's and cross your T's, right?
Oh, well, these guys are liars anyway. They're murderers. Chris Klein is going to implicate, Dan Sr. because it shows credibility. It shows a rite of passage. Hey, he was in there, whatever. It's my word against his. You know what I mean? I mean, it's kind of like, hey, the family's concerned. Hey, this backs our play. We're in there. Look at the family's in there. Nothing's wrong. You know, and who's lying, who isn't lying, you know? I don't see the father going there.
Yeah, I agree 100%. He said that just to get credibility.
Yeah. Sure, absolutely. You know, absolutely. That's like a key to the house. Who's the closest one? The father. Let's get him in there. You know? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, you know, and then McKnight gets shut down after that. He's onto something maybe, you know?
Yeah, and and this is kind of where, out of all of the officers on the reports that I've read, I really appreciate McKnight and Klokanos. Here you've got these two officers who find things, point things out. Why wasn't it followed up? Here he is. He's saying, okay, I'm showing you that there's a discrepancy here. So, kind of throwing you some breadcrumbs, but yet nobody follows up with it.
Yep, that tells a big answer, I think, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why not follow up on it? It's like, okay, they didn't follow up on Dan Jr.'s, okay, maybe he got the dates wrong or whatever, but I mean, this is something very different because they're talking about a bullet that they're going to try to tie to David Crowley. I kind of expected more, unless they wanted to kind of brush it over, then that would make sense, right? If we don't ask, then we don't have to worry about getting the wrong answer. So that was my fear, and that's still kind of my fear, is that they didn't ask a lot of questions, they didn't test a lot of things like item 34 because they didn't want to know what the answers were. They were really, and all of this just kind of shows they were just kind of going through the actual motions. But I think Dan brought up a great point. It's like the detective did follow up on that question. He didn't have to follow up on it, but he did. So that's another thing. Well, why, there's certain things that they do follow up on, other things that they really don't, other things that they brush over, and it's a CF, like you said, Stephen. It's a cluster.
And it's almost like every time when they follow up on something and then they find out that, that's going to actually either prove a point they were trying to make wrong or it's going to lead down another rabbit hole, they just walk away. Okay, leave it.
You know what? But now that they're shutting everything down, because I think it is considered an open case, everybody's going to be blocked from everything until lawsuits filed in Apple Valley is now, like I said, above the fold in the local paper. And, people love dirty police corruption stories, man. They get a lot of attention.
Well, do we want to get some final thoughts from everybody and then kind of shut this one down?
Sophie and Rick have been real quiet, so they should get a chance.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I know. Rick is probably taking all of this in. I know Rick has spoken with us, and he's kind of researching this and looking into it. So, Rick, what are your first impressions of what you've heard today?
My first impressions of this whole case is that it just doesn't make sense. I don't know how to put it. It's just, I don't understand when I'm reading, and I'm doing what everybody recommended me to do. Everybody's telling me to go read everything myself, look at the reports myself. So that's exactly what I'm doing. And I just don't understand this investigation at all. Like, things that should have been tested were never tested. There's samples that they have of blood that's from other places of the house and never tested. They never did any like the string test to try to figure out where the bullets came from, like the directions and all of that. And it's just, every time I keep reading more and more into these files, I just keep getting more and more questions. It's crazy.
Yeah.
That's my thought where I am. I'm just trying to figure it all out, and I'm getting answers on some things and getting tons of questions on the other end. It's crazy.
Yeah. Sophia, what do you think about these 12 questions that we've gone through so far?
Well, I mean, it's frustrating because he doesn't give very clear answers. It's just like yes, no. refer back to
Exactly.
question number 2, and it's like, okay, I mean, I'm glad you guys did this. This was before I came to the group. So I am glad that you were able to get the questions asked. It's just, I don't know. I mean, were you trying to make it simple for him to answer? Or I'm just wondering why these questions were phrased like this. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, we were trying. I was trying to make it simple so that he could answer or not answer. Trying to gauge not only his answers, but to gauge how well he would answer those questions. And so I think people can make their own judgment on that. I have my own. Very frustrated, basically, with the answers that I got. And like I said, there's a lot of things that I wish that I would have done or would have asked. Maybe not limit it to just 2021, but yeah, there was a lot of the frustration. But my personal thing was to make it so that he could answer yes or no. So anytime that he answers yes or no, and I'm still wanting more, I take that as my fault in the way that I asked the question or the way that I phrased the question. Maybe I should have broke down those questions to kind of, but I also didn't want to try to trip him up, or I also knew at that point that they didn't want to answer any questions, so I didn't want to get, well, we can't answer that question. So I did try to kind of make it like, if he was on a witness stand and all they have to do is answer yes or answer no, and so that was kind of the goal. And I think a lot of that I did fail, and I did fail with a lot of the things. I think we asked the right questions, maybe not in the best way. And but I was kind of hoping against hope, kind of to just say, well, maybe he'll throw in a little more. And at the very end, which I know we'll cover in a future show, he gives his reasoning for why he answers a lot of this yes and no. So stay tuned for that, or you can read the book and learn more.
Do you think that if we sent maybe 10 questions to Apple Valley now, that they might answer them? Not requesting any paperwork or anything like that, but just...
You're saying maybe you put together 10 questions off these questions?
Well, yes. I mean, like 10 questions that we have after reading everything, now that we have more information.
Sure. Listen, pretend this is a court, and I go back to after Dan at number 14. I love this. Listen, first off, Stones, I'm the guy that said it to Greg. You don't even go backwards, apologize for anything. You got more information anybody could have. And 14, here it is, number 14, Greg Fernandez, Jr. Did you see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th, 2015? Gummert, I saw it, unknown of exact date. Now, listen, before you answer that, you might thumb through the file of the case and see where Joe, detective, saw the bullet from the maid who saw this, and Mr. Mustard, whatever it was, and the broomstick. And you know what? It's not really difficult that a very important piece of evidence, such as a bullet in a murder scene, is not going to be logged with the date and time. Okay, so it doesn't take a lot of effort to answer that, and either confirm it was that date or no, it was 3 hours later and I was on the shitter. Okay, all right, doesn't matter. My point is that really, I mean, if I wish I was Rittenhouse's defense attorney. They're doing a great job, and I love the judge. But you know what? There's a point where sensibility and logic, you know what? Good old horse sense. I mean, I don't care what the law is, man. You know what? I mean, wow. You know, but 14, that answer, because I'm not jumping ahead because that's the last where we stopped. But
no, that's a great teaser for next month's episode, actually. So.
I mean, come on, and that's the thing. And there's a case in San Diego, like I told Greg, where they found a gal hung, but her hands were tied behind her back over a 2-story balcony in an apartment complex. How do you tie your hands behind your back and then jump off? And all the departments covered it up, and then including a kid I worked with, John Froman, I love dearly. He's the chief of Coronado, just retired. It was in his backyard, and PI got involved and said this is a homicide, and now they got to open. It's a big mess. So, I mean, I don't understand what law enforcement. You know what? There's too many smart people out there like you guys, and there's plenty of information, access to your fingertips on the internet, and throw half of it out, and the rest is good. I mean, you know, they make a lot of cases done like this. I mean, you know, like you got great information ahead of time. You're not going to see much now, and like I said, I have an idea how to get it. So, great job, great job, guys, today.
Thank you, Stephen.
Sure.
Catherine.
I don't have anything to add that everybody else hasn't already said, but I will
Sorry,
say that, no, it's great. I mean, you guys have covered all the bases, but I will say that the next one, like Stephen keeps bringing up that one question. I think our entire show is going to be on that one question because we all have a lot to say about it.
I mean, a yes and no is you know, is an answer. I mean, you know, heading north isn't a plan; it's a direction. Okay, so this here, you know, that's the same thing here. I saw an unknown exact date. Wow, you know, I mean, this is where I mean, this is where the attorney gets involved for whomever hires that attorney, and you know what? They'll tear this thing apart. Really.
Well, and here's the whole thing: he wasn't lying. It's not a lie.
No. No,
he didn't answer your question, but he didn't lie. So.
I don't recollect. You know what?
It's probably what, if you got him on the witness stand, probably what he would say, right? I mean, that's on.
No, he would re-answer it after he got his notes. He's just saying basically is that unknown exact date. He's just saying is that, you know what? Ask me again. You know, it's like I don't recollect. Oh, you know.
Right. Exactly. I was just gonna say.
I can't. Yeah. I mean, it's like yeah. I mean, it's asinine. It's asinine.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, yeah. To say that you don't know, like, what day that you saw it. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal, I would say.
Yes. Why didn't you answer? You know, you had access to that date. Why are you playing games? You know, if you know, it's not like
when you still answer. Yeah, I mean, we sent these questions off, and he had a lot of time to think about it, to get it approved by the higher ups and everything. So we went through all of that, and again, the main thing for me was, to be honest, to think, okay, if I was in his spot, what type of questions would I want, you know, asked or answered, or, you know, I don't want trick questions. I never wanted to try to trick him up because I wouldn't want somebody to ask me those questions, which people have. They purposely will ask you questions so they can get a sound bite, or so they can kind of just take part of your answer, or take your answer out of context. So
exactly, you're right.
You know, the main thing for me was to make sure that, because he's willing to even answer these questions, he doesn't have to answer these questions. He doesn't owe us any. He doesn't owe me anything. He doesn't.
Yeah, but you know, but the point is, look at what you did, and now they're back in the corner, and they've left the case open for additional homicide suspects, and that's what they're saying. I read all the stuff, and that's what they're saying. Now they don't give you any information because you're so close. You're probably going to make this case, and they know that. Like I said, they don't have to give the public a reason why they all said it's not a cold case, and now we think we might have something. Hey, just your pressure alone. I mean, listen, this is the best thing you ever did. They made a move. This is an open homicide investigation. It wasn't, when you guys started this thing, it was pretty much in the cabinet. Come on. I mean, you got to look, I'm looking at it that way, guys. And maybe it's good I haven't been around for a while, because I keep up with Greg and we talk, but I'm able to come back in and see the progress.
Yeah. And you know, Greg, you keep kind of, like almost apologizing for your questions. Don't. They were
exactly. Don't.
And here's the thing.
Yeah, Greg, come on. Greg, man up. Greg, man up. Yeah. You did so fucking good, man.
I mean, they were great questions, but the reality is he asked and he answered. He didn't lie. However, you were kind of hoping that maybe he would expand, but they don't. It's kind of like you asked him like it would be in a court of law. And in a court of law, you don't expand. You answer yes or no. End of story.
Yeah, simple. So, that's it.
I think it was great. Even by his yes or no answers, we have a better understanding. Thanks to you.
Yeah, absolutely. God, don't apologize. Yeah, you got it nailed, man. Yeah, like I said, this is now an open investigation. Ooh, exculpatory evidence. Anything to change, insane, fix whatever with the case, they have to accept. You know, you just hold it back. Don't give them anything yet, but you have to start taking stuff. It's open case. You're a citizen, has a right to give witness statements and evidence that you believe might have something to do with the case. Yeah, you got all that loaded in your on your Bandero.
Yeah, I do want to finish up. I'm going to do a little screen share because I've been talking to Crip Rick about this, and I do think that this, because Crip Rick does, and Rick, I want you to plug your channel too, because I know you do. You've been doing a lot of great work there. And when I think about guests, and I know you're always looking for some great guests, Steven Sanzeri would be an awesome guest for you, brother.
Can you help me set this up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can. I'm going to bring on Steven, can you kind of let people know about your book? I want to hear some of the background. I have so many notes, Steven, so many questions about this, but I think Crip Rick, he's just started his channel, just started doing this, and he's done an awesome job. And I just look at what he's done, and I know you would be a great guest on his show. So if you can kind of let us know a little bit about your book and everything, and then that will give Rick kind of a little background about it.
Oh no, thanks, Greg. And Crip Rick, welcome. You know, I've kind of caught on what you're doing too, and we're doing a good thing. You know.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you. I'm a former police officer out of the Bay Area, and I became a bail bondsman. And you do your own bounties, and I bailed this guy out of Tuolumne County, California, and it was right when the 1999 Yosemite murders, sightseeing murders, occurred on Valentine's weekend. And so I bailed this guy out, and he jumps upon him, and I start chasing this guy, and the FBI can't find the girls, and then they find them murdered a month later, and another one murdered a month later after that. And so I chased this guy all around the country to Alabama, and I arrested him. And it's about the FBI, how they tried to, have me stop my case and everything. And this guy became the #1 manhunt in Alabama, and that was just the beginning. And so I worked with the family to try to prove there was others involved. There wasn't one person. So that's what it's about. But it has a backstory. About 5 years earlier, I was indicted as a bounty hunter and looking at state prison, and it was set up, and we proved it. And so it was my second time with the biggest murder case in the nation. And so that's what happened, and I'm proud to say, I told Greg, I can't name it, Rick, but I just shot a three-part documentary, and I'm not all of it, about the Yosemite case. And we did some shooting in Yosemite and Modesto 2 months ago. And so I'm going to be one of the 3 platforms coming up, and probably in January. So the book kind of led to a documentary, and it's about, first one about one guy, Kerry Stayner, didn't do it alone. So there's a question with that. So it's an interesting story.
Oh, for sure. I would love to get you on as a guest to talk about this.
Sure. Yeah, and it goes also, just so you know, Rick, look up Mark Archuleta and National Coalition for Men and his murder up there in Mariposa just recently. And he just had a case, and it was a conservatorship, and Ronnie or Jerry Cox was just on Dr. Phil. Mariposa has been a very corrupt county, and it goes all the way up to the White House. And then there's Ins Law, and when Hillary Clinton was with Rose's Law Group, how it led to Mariposa with the Contras, and a lot of the first cocaine in the 70s and early 80s was distributed out of Yosemite Park. There's a big history up there. Yeah, so I didn't know when you go into that there, Rick. It leads into before that. And when the Queen of England was up there, and 3 Secret Service guys were killed, and Mariposa was involved in that. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff on that. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Real quickly, great video on YouTube. Type in Mariposa corruption and look at. There's a video for 20 minutes. 2020 went in there, and Tom Jarrow and Hugh Downs and everybody did a special about it and how it's all controlled with drugs and everything, and that's on YouTube.
All right. And what's it called on YouTube again? I'm bringing it up right now.
Type in Mariposa corruption, and you'll see probably see a thumbnail, and it says Ketty Lodge or something on there. You'll see a guy, kind of a heavyset guy in a blue shirt. That's 20-minute video, and 2020 went in there when they found all this out, how corrupted it was, and that's what led to my case and the Yosemite case, and it's still going on. And they murdered this attorney. By the way, Mark Archuleta was killed in Crestview right? At his home, when he answered the door, a guy gunned him down. A week later is when the son of Judge Salas was murdered in New Jersey, when Salas just took the Epstein accounting part of the mediation. So he said it was the same, and then he found him dead in his cabin up there from suicide. So it was the same shooter in a UPS on the train and went back and killed Judge Salas' son, wounded the husband. She wasn't there. So that's how Mariposa is related. And that's a fact. They say it was the same guy. Why did Mark Archuleta get killed the day after the day before there was going to be a hearing? So it's a big deal. It's pretty heavy.
I'm going to definitely watch this.
Yeah, check it out. But anyway, I don't mean to rant for you, but it gives you a lot of information.
No, not a problem at all. I really look forward to getting you on my show and discussing this.
Sure.
I'm going to read the book and stuff. I think it'll be an amazing interview.
Oh, well, thank you. Anytime, just give me a day's notice or so.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. There's so much there. So I guess we can go ahead and shut this one down for now. I feel like there was something else I wanted to mention. Rick, let us know where people can find your channel.
Okay. Yeah, you can just find me on YouTube. Just look under Crypt Rick's I've Been Thinking. And if you bring up that page, you will definitely find me. And it's basically, it's all in the title. Stuff I think about.
Right on.
Doing a lot of interviews. I'm doing stuff on cryptocurrency. Teaching people all about crypto, right from its origins. And we're kind of building it up slowly to build people up. Doing some interviews with Greg and Catherine and a couple other people.
Cool.
Really cool site. You'll really enjoy it. It's a great site, guys.
Oh, yeah. Sounds good.
Oh, Greg's got it up. There you go. You're on the ball there today, Greg.
There it is, right there. Yep. and I know you have a lot of stuff coming out too.
For sure.
And you're working on a podcast? Are you working on getting the podcast going again, or?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to. I'm gonna have to talk to you about. I want to start uploading up to my Anchor account like you do. So I just need help from you to teach me how to do that. But I definitely want to start doing that again and doing my Anchor podcast that I used to do.
Okay.
And there is episode number 23, 21 questions for Detective Gummert, part 1. There will be a part 2 coming out on New Year's Day. So New Year's Day will be the next podcast, the official podcast of the Gray Stage podcast series. Remember, every month, on the 1st of every month, we will premiere a brand new episode related to the David Crowley case, discussing my book, The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr. So I do hope that you have enjoyed that you've been watching, listening. You can always catch up on multiple episodes wherever you're listening, wherever you're watching. You will be able to find it. So wherever you listen to your podcasts, no doubt you will find it right there. Wherever you watch streams on YouTube or Rumble, you'll find them both. If you just look up The Gray Stage, you will find it on YouTube and you will find it on Rumble. So with that in mind, you can always just go directly to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and find everything right there. Now, not only can you find the book, the free book, if you just go right here, go to thegraystage.wordpress.com, click on where it says read the book right under the title, and that will take you to where you can download the free PDF book by just clicking on this image right here, and within a couple seconds you have the book right there that you can download. Now you can also purchase this book too. If you scroll down just a little bit more, you will be able to purchase a physical copy, and hopefully by next year we will have this book for worldwide distribution. Currently you can only get it on lulu.com if you want the physical paperback book. Now once it drops to worldwide distribution, this price at lulu.com will be lowered. So that will be kind of the trade-off here. I'll probably lower it down to $15 perhaps. And there's always deals. Go to lulu.com. We just missed one There was just one deal that was 30% off, so you could have gotten this book for 30% off. And I'm sure around Christmas time, that will be available